The commission resumes. Brigadier, he's warrant officer. Warrant officer? Sorry, I promoted you for a moment. Warrant officer, I must remind you that you are still under oath. Mr. Nsibeze, you said you had some questions to ask the warrant officer.
Indeed, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Brigadier, I just want to firstly take you through Exhibit II. I think it's your statement or your CV. Have you got that? You've got that in front of you?
I do, yes.
Yes. I just want to make sure you mentioned that pyrotechnics and tear gas are not included in this CV. Is that right?
That is correct.
By the way, just to make sure that we are on the same page, what does pyrotechnics involve? What is it all about?
Pyrotechnics normally falls under the Explosive Act. Unfortunately, do not fall under our area of expertise.
All right.
When pyrotechnics
What Mr. Zweta wants to know from you is, what are pyrotechnics?
Pyrotechnics would be the tear gas canisters, the stun grenades, and those type of devices.
izinto athetha ngazo ke zeziqhumayo ezifana no tear gas izinto ezinjengezo.
Is your evidence that you are not trained in pyrotechnics?
That is correct.
Ezi zifundo ke kuthiwa zi-pyrotechnics akaqeqeshwanga kuzo.
Are you aware of any of your colleagues who are?
There, unfortunately, nobody at the ballistics section as such receives any training in pyrotechnics. As I said, it falls more under the explosives side of things, and you will need somebody from the explosive section to be able to answer any questions about those.
I see.
Uthi abakubo kwi-ballistics ke akukho umuntu ofundiswe ngezo zifundo ngoba ziwela phansi kwezifundo ezisebenza ngezinto eziqhumayo. Kuyawudingeka umuntu ovela apho azokwazi ukuphendula imibuzo.
Now, you say in Exhibit II that you have received in-service training, and then you list the areas. In 2.1.8, you talk about different manufacturing processes of firearms and firearm components.
That is correct.
Now, when you say you have had in-service training, what does that kind of training entail?
There is a specific workplace skills program consisting of specific modules and levels of training that you receive. It's normally theory followed by a written test as well as a competency test about the work completed.
Chaza ke indlela abafundiswa ngayo phaa emsebenzini okokuba xa bewenza lo msebenzi kubakho izifundo ezithize ebaye bafundiswe zona babhaliswe bahlolwe kuzo.
For how long does the training last?
To be qualified as a forensic ballistic specialist, it normally takes in the region of 3 years.
ukude ke umuntu abe nguchwepheshe kulo msebenzi kudinga okokuba afunde izifundo iminyaka emithathu.
Can I then assume that you have taken that number of years to get your qualification, or for you to be able to say that is an area also in which you have some expertise?
That would be correct, sir.
Uthi ke naye wathatha ixesha elingangelo iminyaka emithathu ukuze afike apha ekhona ngoku esenguchwepheshe nje.
I see from your CV you also have an advanced certificate in forensic criminalistics from the University of South Africa. Was that extra training, or was that the same training that you've been referring to?
That is extra training, Mr. Chairman.
How long did that take?
That was a 2-year course, Mr. Chairman.
Apha ke ekugqibeleni kwe-CV yakhe kubonisa okokuba ude wafunda waze yofika naphaya ko-UNISA apho afunda khona iminyaka emibini efunda ngazo ezi zenzululwazi lwemipu.
Would it then, apropos 2.18, would then be safe to say that you are fully versed with the way that firearms are manufactured and with the way in which their components are manufactured?
I have seen examples of how certain parts and certain firearms are manufactured so that we have a good basic working knowledge of the processes followed. Unfortunately, it's not possible to know exactly how every part is made, or how especially from every specific firearm. We get training in the basic machining skills and how they are performed.
Uthi bafundiswa apha ke ba zenziwa kanjani ezi zixhobo imipu nembumbulu nezingxenye ezithize zayo.
Is it safe to say that your knowledge gained in 3 years of being involved in the manufacturing processes of firearms and firearm components qualifies you to know what kind of firearms have been manufactured? You would be able to distinguish between firearm A and firearm B, and how that firearm has been manufactured and why it was manufactured because of your qualification in that respect. I see you pause.
I'm not quite following you in the question, sir.
No,
Sorry, I've lost you slightly.
Be free to say so.
Uyawuvanga kakuhle lo mbuzo ucela ukuba mawuphindwe.
Now, are you able, because of this course, 2.18, to say what kind of firearm has been manufactured where and how?
Unako na ukusho ngezifundo unazo kokuba uhlobo oluthize lombu lonziwe endaweni ethize lenzelwa isizathu esithize.
So if I understand you correctly, I can tell you where, who manufactured a specific firearm and where it would have been manufactured. Unfortunately, I'm not a trained machinist as such, so I won't be able to tell you all the specific machining operations that was done. I can, however, say what the basic type of machining processes would have probably been followed, if that answers your question.
Into endinokuxelela ngoba ndingatsho kokuba lo mpu wenziwe phina, wenziwe ngendlela enjani. Andinako nokuchaza okokuba imitshini eyenzile ngenjani njani ngoba andiqeqeshwanga apho kwezemitshini.
I see. You see, when you say there are different manufacturing processes of firearms, am I to understand by that your course entails a practical side of it where you are taken to a manufacturing plant to see how firearms are manufactured? Or am I overstating it?
We are taken to 1 or 2 different factories where they actually manufacture, and we are able to observe some of the processes. Of course, due to time restraints, we can't always see all the exact manufacturing processes followed, but we are given a basic knowledge and are shown how the machines work, what the machines actually do, and we observe some of the parts being made during the process.
Ewe kunjalo kokuba siye sithathe simikiswe kwenye noma zimbini izindawo apho kwenziwa khona imipu le siboniswe nendlela enziwa ngayo kodwa ke ngokuba siye sibethwe lixesha asibi nako ukuba siye kuyo yonke indawo.
I see, for instance, in that same exhibit, under 2.6, you do indicate that you visited the following firearm and ammunition manufacturers to ascertain the processes that are used in the manufacturing of firearms and ammunition. Is that what you mean?
That is correct.
Apha ku 2.6 uyachaza ukuba kukho indawo ezithize ezibekile apho waya khona beyojonga babonisa ukuba yenziwa ngohlobo luni lempu yenziwa kanjani.
And that would have been part of your training, the practical side of training in the manufacturing of firearms and ammunition.
That would be correct.
Lena ke kuyingxenye yezifundiso noqeqesho abalifumanayo ngokwenziwa kwemipu nezinye izixhobo.
Now, is there a different place for the manufacture of firearms to a place where you manufacture ammunition?
Yes, it normally is.
Indawo eyenza imipu yohlukile kwamanye amaxesha nalapho kwenziwa khona imbumbulu.
At 2.6.1, in other words, at Lethality Engineering Works in Pretoria, typically what would you have then gone there to observe as part of the process of being trained in manufacturing of firearms and ammunition?
Njengale ndawo ebhalwe apha ku 2.61 iLittleton Engineering Works ubuzo kokuba yona yenza ntoni, yenza ixhobo ikanene yenza imbumbulu na.
Littleton Engineering Works is where they manufacture firearms and firearm components.
Apho kwenziwa khona imipu nengxenye ezithize zayo imipu.
And in 2.6.2, what is manufactured there?
SOMChem is where they manufacture most of the propellant powder used inside the cartridge case.
Apha ke ku 2.6.2 SOMChem ese-Cape Town apho kwenziwa khona lento ichala imbumbulu lechisa kokuba imbumbulu iphume.
And at Swartklep, 2.6.3.
Swartklip is where they mostly manufacture 2 long rifle cartridges as well as shotgun shells.
Le Swartklep eCape Town kulapho kwenziwa khona amagobon lawa aphatha i-tear gas nezinye imbumbulu ezezinde.
Now, at these manufacturing plants, would it be correct to say that you would be told why different kinds of firearms and ammunition are manufactured? Would it typically be something where you say, no, this kind of firearm is ABCD, these are the purposes for which it is manufactured?
So yes, both yes and no.
Let's start with the yes.
Certain models, where they manufacture certain models, they would give you the the practical applications or what the firearm is intended to be used for, but these could include a variety of reasons. It also depends on a specific firearm that was made.
Pendula kokuba baye banichazele na kokuba ezi zixhobo zenziwe ngolu hlobo ngezizathu ezithize zizawusetshenziswa phansi kweemeko ezinje nezinje. Uthi kwezinye indawo ewe kodwa kuya ngokwahluka kokwenziwa kwaleso sixhobo.
Now, we'll come back to the weapons at a later stage. Let me just now go back to page 1 of Exhibit II.
Sawuphinde sibuye emva kwexesha apha ezixhobeni.
Now, in 2.1.11, you indicate your level of expertise in the reloading of ammunition and the manufacturing process of ammunition. Now we've dealt with the manufacturing process, but the reloading of ammunition, what does that entail, and why is it an area of expertise that you must have?
So the reloading of ammunition is
Yes.
exactly what it states there. It is by making use of a fired cartridge case, by resizing it and pressing it to its original dimensions, replacing the fired primer with an unfired primer, refilling it with a propellant charge, and reseating a bullet of your specific choice. In that way, you can custom manufacture ammunition to suit a specific firearm, to give it optimal performance, or to adapt the performance of that ammunition to a specific requirement. It's also
Okay.
mostly used as a cost-saving method.
Uthi apha ke kuchaza okokuba nembumbulu namagobolo asesebenzile aye acholwe aphinde enziwe kabusha kufakwe yonke into ezawusebenza leyo mbumbulu nokuthi ilungiswe okokuba izawusebenza kumphi umpu kungenye indlela yokuba kondliwe izindleko zokuyothenga ezintsha.
Thank you. And 2.1.12, short range determination. Now, what does that entail?
That would entail determining a possible distance bracket from where a shot could have been fired, whether a distance from a target or, in certain cases, also a direction from where a shot was fired.
Apha ku 2.1.12 uthetha ngomgama apho kuye kwafunyana khona ixhoba kubalwa okokuba lidujule kuphi nokuthi buvela lo mpu leyo mbumbulu elibethi libivela kweliphi icala.
See, why is that important? I can imagine why it is important, but let me get a sense from an expert.
It's normally to determine whether or not the example or the occurrence of events did actually occur as stated by a witness or as it happened. So we would give evidence whether or not a shot was fired from close range or whether it was fired from a distance.
Uchaza okokuba apha kuye kwenzelwe ntoni uthi apha kuye kuchaze okokuba bona ke njengencutshe baya apho kuyojonga ukuba obobungqina bunikezelwe inqina buyinyaniso na bakwazi ukubona okokuba udujule lo muntu ekufuphi umgama ongakanani kweliphi icala izinto njengezo.
And is it safe to say that it is important from a fatality point of view that the distance is either at short range or at long range?
Sorry, sir, could you just repeat the first part? I just didn't hear all.
From the point of view of whether or not a fatality could occur, does it matter whether the shot has been fired at the target at close range or at long range?
Not necessarily in the case of whether or not a fatality could occur, but in order to determine if the version of the happening of the event is correct, whether the shot was fired from extremely close range or whether the shot was fired from a further distance, as stated by the witnesses.
Siyasijonge ayukuba kukho umuntu oswelekile apho noma kukho umuntu oswelekile siyasijonga ukuba obubungqina bunikezwa ngulo muntu bunyaniseke kangakanani ukuba lo muntu udutshulwe kulowo mgama lo muntu exela wona ukuba ubese ekufuphi naye kanye nobe kuphi naye.
Yes, I'm seeking to solicit your expertise for assumptions that I might make in my argument. So let me then put it this way. What are the probabilities of a death occurring if, in respect of your training which you received in determining the range of the shot, if a person has been shot at close range or if a person has been shot at a longer range? Just probabilities.
So it does not depend on the range of the shot.
I see.
It depends on where the placement. A short distance shot to a lower extremity or to extremity of the body is less likely to cause death than a shot fired from a long distance to a vital organ.
Akuyi ke ngokuba umgama ungakanani umuntu adutshule kuwo kuya ngokuba lo mbumbulu imbethe kweyiphi indawo ukuze asweleke. Kukho ongadutshulwa kufuphi kakhulu adutshule kwindawo engenabo ubungozi bokuba makasweleke, omnye angadutshulwa ekude naye kodwa imbethe kwindawo apho angasweleka khona.
Which then would take me to the second page of your exhibit, Exhibit II, where
Moved away from shot range determination.
yes,
Will you forgive me if I then ask a question on that topic myself, seeing we're discussing it?
indeed.
Would I be correct in thinking that your expertise in short range determination can help us in a couple of contexts? If it is alleged by someone that, who fired a shot, that he was defending himself at close range because someone was approaching him with a sharp weapon of some kind, but you are able to ascertain using your expertise that the shot fired which actually killed the alleged assailant was not fired at close range, but from a distance of substantially more than just a few meters. That would enable us to make a finding that the alleged killing in self-defense story didn't stand up. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Buzo apha ngumgcini sihlalo kokuba obumngqina obunikezayo obuthi umuntu uyakwazi ukubona okokuba udutshulwe ekumgama ongakanani ungabonisa kakuhle apha ethi umuntu ndimdubule lo muntu ngoba esekufuphi nami apha aphethe isixhobo esumngozi kakhulu xa obobungqina bungakhomba kokuba ayiyo nyani le nto udutshule esekude naye uthi ewe iyanceda apho.
Alternatively, if the deceased had signs of tattooing and other marks of the kind that you described in your evidence last week, that would serve to corroborate the version of the person who fired the fatal shot.
That would be correct.
Apha ke kufunyanwa kumzimba walo muntu uswelekileyo kanye nowenzakeleyo kukho izilonda ezincinci apha kwinxeba ezikhombisa ezizawubonisa okokuba ube kufuphi naye kuzaba bubungqina obobonisa okokuba xa emdubula ube sekufuphi kakhulu naye.
Conversely, if it was alleged that someone had been shot in cold blood, as it were, by someone firing a firearm at him at point-blank range, that story also could be verified or contradicted either by the presence of tattooing and other marks of the kind you described, which would support the story of a close-range, cold-blooded killing, or could be contradicted by the absence of marks of the kind you've described, which indicate that the fatal shot was fired from a considerable distance. Am I understanding that to be your evidence?
That would be correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Kuzawubonisa ke obunye ubungqino kokuba umuntu ubebulawa asefikile apha ngokuba khona kweli khuluwa elizawuvezwa kule nxeba lezilonda ezincinci. Kuphinde kubonise okokuba akuyonyani le ukuba umuntu udujulwe eselapha ngokungabi khona kwelo khuluwa. Kunjalo.
Now, you, in Exhibit II, on the following page, under 2.5, firstly, you talk about the wounding effect that the bullet has on tissue. You see that?
That is correct.
Now, can you just tell us a little bit more about what is involved in your being trained as an expert in that regard?
We are basically trained in the effect that the bullet as such has on the tissue, what causes the wounding, and also what is the effect of specific factors upon the creation of wounds. Also to determine to a certain extent, to look at the wound itself and see whether it was fired from high velocity or lower velocity. I hope that clarifies it.
Yes.
Uthi apha ke ku 2.5.1 baye bafundiswe ngamanxeba kokuba umpu wenza uba umuntu xa edujulwe ngembumbulu elo nxeba libonakala kanjani. Liye likhombise okokuba linxeba lenziwe ngembumbulu eno buzaza obukhulu kanene ngembumbulu engenabo ubungozi obungako.
Now, I mean, we have encountered a number of these phrases in either the post-mortem reports or in the ballistic report that we've just recently received about high velocity, low velocity. Can you just explain to a layperson what a higher velocity shot is? What does that mean? And what does that entail? And what does that tell us?
High velocity is normally associated with bullets fired from rifles. They have a much higher velocity when leaving the firearm, discharge at a much higher velocity, and normally create much more extensive wound tracks than that fired from a handgun or from a shotgun, which are normally classified as low velocity wounding or low velocity bullets.
Thetha apha ke ngamanxeba okokuba kukho amanxeba abonisayo okokuba adujulwe ngompu onobungozi. Xa echaza ke umpu onobungozi uthetha njengemipu enjenge-rifle. Uthi kuya ngokuthi isantya esibethwa ile singakanani. Uthi ezi ekuthiwa zii-rifles, isantya sakhona sigqithile kunezi zincinci imipu le emncinci.
Now, in your training about the wounding effect of bullets, would that, and I want to tie this question with what I and the chair have been asking you about the range. Would it make it possible for you to determine whether a particular target, because of the wound you see, was shot at short range or at long range, or doesn't it matter? Doesn't the range determine the wounding effect of the ammunition?
Being closer towards the firearm, which would entail that the velocity is as such higher, will tend to create a more severe wound. However, the velocity of rifle bullets do not diminish so drastically that a longer distance shot up to 100 or 200 meters even, we can still ascertain that it was a high velocity bullet that did the damage. There are actually, the creation or the shape of the wound tract would not necessarily give us a determination of distance. There are other factors that play a bigger part, such as the deposit of soot, the deposit of, or the absence or the presence of the tattooing, which would rather indicate distance and would be a safer way to use, or a safer method to use.
Ubebuza apha ukuba uyakwazi ukubona ke kwinxeba lomuntu okokuba lo muntu udutshulwe kumgama ongakanani, udutshulwe eseduze naye kanene ekufuphi kangakanani. Uthi kuya ngompu osetshenzisiweyo, le mpu emide uthi noma umuntu angadutshulwa akwi-100 noma kwiimitha ezingamakhulu amabili ngenxa yesantya sokuhamba kwaleyo mbumbulo ayinawubonisa okokuba into ezawubonisa kungabi khona kweli rhuluwa eliba senxebeni okokuba udutshulwe esekudeni, kuzokuba khona kweli rhuluwa eliphaya elizawubonisa okokuba udutshulwe ekufuphi naye.
Now, let's take, for instance, an R5 rifle. Is your evidence that if a target was in the kind of range that I am relevant to you, about 20 meters, that the wounding effect of a high velocity bullet at you would be the same if you were 200 to 300 meters away?
At this distance, sir, between 20 meters and 200 meters, there wouldn't be a significant difference. It would also not really be able to determine that the shot was in a certain bracket. The really close range and where we can determine range happens much closer, where we expect to find, and that's why we use different methods for determining distance, not velocity or indication of wound track, but rather the deposit of unburnt or partially burnt propellant particles, as well as the presence of the tattooing or the absence of the tattooing to determine a specific distance. I must also note that we cannot determine exactly up to the specific meter that the distance was, the shot was fired from, but we would give a bracket saying it would be in between this and this distance is what we would expect to find it.
Ubebuza okokuba xa ndingabekisa nje ngokusuka apha ndikhona ukuya apho kuwe umuntu odutshulwe apho nomuntu odutshulwe imitha ezingaba kugqitha apho ziye ku-100 uzokwazi na ukubona uthi okubonisayo kumaxa edutshulwe ekufuphi kakhulu apho kuzobonakala khona elirhuluwa uthi kuya ngombu odutshulwe okokuba lo mgama ungakanani uthi kodwa ke awunakwenza mahluko ongako nokuthi kabakwazi ukusho ukuba zimitha ezingaka baye babeke phakathi kwemitha ezingaka nezingaka.
Perhaps you'll appreciate why I ask these questions. I represent the families of those who died on the 16th of August as a result of gunshot wounds in the main. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Uzayivisa kube kuba intoni ndikubuza lento ndikubuza le mibuzo ngoba mna ndilapha nje ndimele iifamily zala abantu abadutshula basweleka kulaa ndawo ewe ndiyakuvisisa.
And some of the families who are here are keen to know, which is why I want to get advantage of your expertise, as to whether, for instance, their families had any chance of survival if they were shot at close range or if they were shot at a longer range. Do you appreciate that?
I can understand that.
Ndibuza le mbuzo nje ngoba iifamily zize apha zifuna ukuthola inyani okokuba ihlobo zabo na bezinalo ithuba lokuba bezingaphila xa zidutshulwe kumgama ethize kunethize ndiyayivisisa lo.
And that was why it was important for me to be able to find out from you whether it matters at all that targets may have been at short range or may have been at a longer range. It seems to me from what you tell me, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that it really doesn't matter whether you are 200 or 300 meters away, depending on the range of the firearm. If the target hits you, I mean, if you are the target and you are hit by a particular kind of firearm discharging a kind of ammunition, you are likely to die in much the same way as you would have done if you were shot at 20 meters. Is that your evidence?
That would be correct, sir. Again, as I stated before, more the placement of the bullet or the vital organs hit will be more indicative of whether or not you survived the shot than the distance that the shot was fired.
Xa ndikuva kakuhle ke uthi bekungekho mahluko yokwenzeka kokuba lo muntu udutshulwe ekufuphi noma ube esekudeni naye. Impendulo yakhe ithi kuyo yangompu osetshenzisiwe nendawo apho imbethe khona lembumbulo kokuba imbethe endaweni onobungozi obungakanani ukude asweleke lo muntu.
Just to eliminate all the other factors, is your evidence that if, for instance, the target area of the body was the head, it would matter little if you were being shot at close range, 20 meters, than if you were shot at 300 meters range. If you were being shot at the head with an R5, with those bullets that go into an R5, it would matter little.
That would be correct, sir.
Uthi xa ebuza kokuba xa kusetshenziswa umponjo ngalo R5 njengoba usho ukuba imbumbulo yakho khona iphuma ngesantya esiphakeme kakhulu ijongiswe enhloko yomuntu kakunakwenza mahluko noma ubethwe eku-20 meters noma mhlawumbe kwi-meters ezigqitha kumakhulu amathathu uthi ewe.
Isn't this a question that can more profitably be asked of a doctor? And I can imagine a bullet at 20 meters through the heart would be as deadly as a bullet at 100 meters through the heart. It may be that where exactly the bullet enters the head, some head injuries caused by bullets would not be fatal, others would be, but that's a question more sensibly, if I may suggest, more gainfully asked of a doctor. And I take it that one or other of the doctors who did the post-mortems will be available to give evidence if it's necessary.
Yes, Chairman,
Uthi le mbuzo xa ingabuzwa koogqirha abazokwazi ukutsho kokuba kuya ngokuthi ingene phi apha enhloko ngoba kukho abantu abadutshulwa enhloko angasweleki kuya ngokuthi ingene ndawo phi apha enhlokweni yakhe.
I was in a bit of a cleft stick here, Mr. Chairman, because we have a witness here who talks about how he has studied the effect that the bullet has on the target and all of that. So I just wanted to explore that aspect from him.
Bendiyibuza lento ngoba sinengqina apha elithi laqeqeshwa okokuba imbumbulu ezi zenza monzakalo enjani emzimbeni womuntu.
Now, you were, and I don't intend to go there, in fact, I won't go there. You were shown rather graphic pictures last week of what I suspected was a shattered head of one of the victims. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Uyakhunjuzwa kokuba kule veki igqithileyo yaboniswa umfanekiso noko owawuhlasimulisa umzimba apha womuntu wenhloko eyayihlakazekile uthi uyayikhumbula loo nto.
Now, the families I represent, I'm sure, would like to know whether that kind of injury to tissues, where it appeared that almost the entire head or half the head or a significant portion of the head was blown off, whether that's the kind you would find only if the target was at short range or if the target was at at longer range, or it doesn't matter. The distance doesn't matter. That's what I want to clear.
On high velocity bullets, such as fired from rifles, sir, that would be, range would not really be indicative of that. It would just be indicative of a high velocity bullet.
Into ebonisayo apho kokuba wabetha lo muntu ngembumbulu enesandla esiphakeme. Ukuthi wadutshulwa ekuphi naye akunakwenza amahluko.
Now, I just want to be sure that I understood your evidence last week well. You came across as saying there is no such a thing as a non-lethal ammunition. Did I get you right?
That is correct, sir. Any ammunition has the capacity or the capability to be lethal.
Uthi ke imbumbulu xa sithetha ngembumbulu noma ngeyiphi inhlobo yembumbulu inobungozi akukho ekuthiwa le inobungozi le ayinabo ubungozi.
But did I understand you to be making a qualification by saying some ammunition is less lethal than others? Or what do I understand by that part of your evidence, which I caught?
What I meant to convey there, that some ammunition will have less of a chance of creating a lethal wound than others.
I see.
Bendichaza apho ukuthi kukho imbumbulu ezithize ezinokwenza inxeba elinge libi njengelenziwe zimbumbulu zohlobo oluthile.
Now, I would like us to look at Exhibit L, I think, which was the SAPS presentation. There are two slides there that I would like you to look at. Let's start with the first one, and that would be slide 211. Chairman, whilst the witness is looking for the relevant place, could we have the relevant Exhibit B on the screens? I'm unfortunately embarrassed because I left.
The relevant slide of Exhibit L, is that what you want on the screen?
There was the exhibit that showed the kinds of firearms and munitions. I think it's B59, I'm told.
Yes.
If it could just be put there, Chairman.
Can that be arranged, please?
I think we'll just need a few minutes, Chairperson, but it can be arranged.
All right. Well,
No, we can proceed.
Kubonakala
yes, I was going to say
imfanekiselo
proceed in the meanwhile, and when you get that slide on screen, you can then ask questions about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
uzothi xa uvela ke lo mfanekiso sibuye kulo mbuzo.
If we could look at Exhibit L, slide 211. Do you have that?
Yes, I believe I do.
Now, let's start with the first column where it talks about 9 mm. Now, typically, what would those ammunition forms be coming out of? The 9 millimeters bullets.
They would usually be fired from pistols.
Pistols.
Xa sithetha ngembumbulu ezibhalwe phaya in 9 millimeters, uthi zeze ezidutshulwa zii-pistols ezincinci.
And 5.56 millimeters.
That would usually be fired from the R5 rifles.
Ezi zesibini 5.56 millimeters zeze ezidutshulwa ngemipu i-R5s.
And the 7.62.
That would normally be fired from the R1 rifles.
Ilandelayo 7.62 zezi zisetshenziswa kwi-R1.
Now, never mind about the warnings and the towards, but it does appear from this presentation that the pistols, the R5s and the R1s were used in what is characterized as scene 1, which is the first area where there were shootings on the 16th. Would you
Kuzo
agree with
kokuba xa ujonge lo mfanekiso ke kuyabonakala okokuba yonke le sithetha ngayo ipistili ne-R1 ne-R5 zasetshenziswa ngalo mini phaya kwesehlakalo esi sokuqala?
So unfortunately, not knowing what is scene 1 or scene 2, I cannot really say.
No, that's not really the thrust of the question. The question is, when you look at that categorization of what was used, it would appear that that entire range of firearms were used, if we accept the correctness of this chart.
That would be correct.
Xa lo mfanekiso apha uyinyaniso kuyabonakala okokuba yasetshenziswa yonke leyo mipu.
And I think, and I want to suggest to you that you and Advocate Bezos settled the question last week of the kinds of firearms R1 rifles and R5 rifles are. Those are military rifles. Those are rifles that are intended to be used in those kinds of situations. Do you agree with that?
Ndizawuthi ke wena nomhlekazi uBezos kule veki ichithileyo navumelana okokuba le mipu uthetha ngayo i-R1 ne-R5 zezisetshenziswa ngamasola.
I would agree.
Ewe ndiyavumela.
These are the weapons that you bring into any situation for purposes of killing the targets in the main. Would you agree? Warrant officer?
Sorry, sir, if you can maybe just repeat it. I'm not quite with you on what is being asked.
R1 rifles and R5 rifles are weapons you would bring into a situation where you aim to kill the targets at which they would be fired, mainly.
Buzo kokuba le mipu embini R5 ne-R1 luhlobo lwezixhobo eziziswa xa kukho imfazwe apho kuzobulawa khona abo bantu ujongene nabo.
Isn't that right?
So it would be difficult for me to try and say that they were, they surely, and I can agree with you, they surely have the capability of killing. But to say they were intended to kill is for me difficult.
Kunzima kokuba nditsho ndithi kwakuqonde ukubulawa kwabantu apha kodwa manditsho kokuba le mpu yona xa isetshenziswa inabo ubungozi kokuba umuntu odutyuliwe asweleke. Andinawutsho ke apha okokuba kwakukho injongo yokwenza into enjengaleyo.
I don't think that Mr. Ntebenza is necessarily asking you about the intention of the people on the 16th of August. That's a question about which you can't help us because you weren't there. But he's asking a more general question, and perhaps to focus it more clearly to enable us to proceed on this point, it might be helpful to consider the operation that allegedly took place over the weekend.
Yeah.
Where
Took
the
the words
special
away
task
from
force. So, I beg your pardon, if I'm taking the words out of your mouth, Mr. Beza, let me put them back in your mouth and you can carry on.
Xolele mhla kanisebenza xa ndikuthathela amazwi ndakukhupha emlonyeni uzawuwathatha.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not also wanting to take them away from your mouth, and they are already there. But this is exactly what I was going to ask you. If you were aware of the operation at the weekend where 7 people were killed by the security forces in circumstances.
In fact, it was by the special task force, according to the reports that I...
Indeed.
Kule weekend siqhamuka kule mpelaveki kukho abantu abasixhenxe babulawa ngamapolisa we-special task force.
You are aware of that?
I heard something about on the radio.
Ndivile into njengale ithetho.
It's a safe
We're
statement
ready.
to make. But the point here is that the security forces must have proceeded on the basis that they are going to deal with people who are armed with just as lethal weapons as they have. They probably had R5s, because I was later told that a number of firearms were confiscated after the killing of the 7 people. But what I'm saying is, do you accept that when any formation of the security forces arm themselves with R1s and R5s, it is in circumstances where they know that whoever are the targets, whatever the circumstances, are likely to be killed by what is going to come out of their firearms? Is that a fair proposition to make?
I can understand what you're saying, and I would agree with you. I would also just like to add that the R5 is issued to all the members of the South African Police Service and used in their daily tasks where it should be needed to, if it should be in such a circumstances where a certain amount of force is directed to be able to counter that.
No,
So it's another option.
Umbuzo ubusithi xa abantu baphethe izixhobo ezinjengezo eziye zabizwa apha njengoba kwenzekile kule mpelaveki kukho kuyiwa apho kwaziwa okokuba labo bantu banokuthi kwenzeke ukuba basweleke xa kungadingeka ukuba zisetshenziswe ezo zixhobo. Uthi ewe kunjalo kodwa ke manditsho okokuba ezi zixhobo zinikezwa amapolisa emsebenzini wazo wayo yonke imihla okokuba zisetshenziswe xa kukho isidingo sokuba kwenziwe into enjengaleyo.
Now, that's why I'm not pursuing you in respect of what happened on the 16th, because you were not there, you were not involved in the planning, you do not know why there were people armed with R1s and R5 rifles there, and all of that. You appreciate that?
Yes, I understand.
Ndikubuza ndisazo ngoba ubungekho phaya wena nge-16 ungekho xa kwenziwa iplani xa kwenziwa yonke lento banika ezi zixhobo ndiyayibona loo nto ukuba wabungekho apho.
My intention is just to get as unequivocal a statement from you, if it is possible, that agrees with me that when once you bring R1 rifles and R5 rifles to a scene, you are likely to incur fatalities, because those are lethal weapons intended to kill. Primarily.
Ilona kokokuba ndithi xa uza kwindawo ethize uphethe izixhobo ezifana no R1 no R5 kukho ukuba kuzawusweleka abantu apho ngoba zizixhobo ezinobungozi obuphezulu.
I will agree with you there, sir.
Apho ndizawuvumelana nawe.
Are you familiar with the magazine Jane? Jane's Weekly, I think.
Yes, sir, I have encountered it.
I would expect you, warrant officer, as an expert,
Ubuzwa ngephepha imagazine ekuthiwa iJames uthi uyayazi.
Now, I did a little bit of research with them, and they talk about 5.56 millimeter R4 assault rifles. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, sir, I am.
Uthi bathetha nge-rifles ekuthiwa zi-assault rifles 5.56. Umbuzo kuba uyazazi na uthi ewe.
And they say in regard thereto that those, they call them the Vector, V-E-K-T-O-R. They replaced both the Fabrique Nationale 7.62 millimeter fusil automatic Leger. Are you familiar with the 7.62 millimeter fusil, F-U-S-I-L?
That is similar to the R1, sir.
Ubuzo kuba uyawazi na umpu ongasasebenzi ngoku akuthiwa i-7.62 fusil.
Chains are good.
Uthi iyafana ne-R1.
And they say that it also replaced the Heckler and Koch G3 as the South African Defense Force, now the South African National Defense Force, standard infantry weapons.
Yafakwa endaweni xa kukhutshwa apha emkhosini welizwe ekwakuthiwa i-Heckler and Koch esetshenziswa ngamasole angaphambilini apha. Kwase kufakwa lo sithetha ngawo umpu.
Are you familiar with that?
I am, yes.
Ewe kunjalo.
And again, I mean, reverting just to what I said, this is a kind of weaponry that is used by the infantry in the National Defense Force. Weapons of war. I won't go to say they are weapons of mass destruction, but something very near to that. These are weapons of war. Do you agree with that?
That is correct.
Uyavuma okokuba le mntu athetha ngayo ke zizixhobo zemfazwe. Akanakutsho kokuba zizixhobo zentshabalaliso uthi hayi zemfazwe uthi ewe.
James also goes on to say this, that this 5.56 millimeter assault rifle is a modified version of the Israeli Galil, G-A-L-I-L.
That is correct, sir.
Uyavuma kokuba lo mpu i-5.56 uyafana nalo wase-Israel emkhosini wase-Israel ubizwa ngokuba iGalil. Ewe.
Now, of course, my researcher could not resist saying the following. You need not make any comment thereabouts. The Israelis used the R5 to kill the Palestinians. The apartheid order used the R5 to kill the ANC. The ANC used the R5 to kill
No,
them.
Mr. Mensabeza. I'm not sure that that's a question, the answer to which will assist us in any way in answering the points that have been referred to us for decision. It's a point that you may wish to make on an outside platform. I don't propose to allow you to make it here.
My Lord, I will accept the ruling.
Uyasamukela isigqibo sika mhlali ngaphambili okokuba elinqina linakwazi ukubuza lo mbuzo abe ubuza apha umhlekazi usebenza kuba base-Israel babulala amaPalestine ngale mpu nomubuso wobandlululo wawubulala abakaCongress ngalo mbuso.
The only point I want to make is that because as at this date, these killings are topical. Yeah, and in Israel, in the Gaza Strip and all of that.
Ndibuza le
It would be
mbuzo
fair
ngoba
to make the point that the R5 seems to be a weapon that is common to all these sins.
ndibuza ngokuba okokusweleka kwabantu kusenzeka nongithetha nawe nje kuyo onke lamazwe ndithetha ngawo apho kusetyenziswa khona imipu i-R5.
It's a weapon that has been used to effect deaths.
Imipu esetyenziswa okokuba kubekho abantu abasela imipu esetyenziswa ukubulala.
You'd have difficulty in disagreeing with that proposition, warrant officer, is that correct?
Yeah, I can only agree. I can only add that it's also used to protect the lives of the citizens that those military forces protect.
Ukunjalo nje ngoba usitsho kodwa ke mandi ongeze ngokuthi imipu esetshenziswa ukukhusela izimpilo zabo bantu abafanele ukukhuselwa.
That takes me to the second point.
Indiletha ke kwi mbuzo wami wesibini.
It would take a proportionate level of resistance from those who are the targets to justify the use of R5 and R1 rifles. Do you agree? You can't go into a domestic situation. You wouldn't expect the police, when they are called, to quell. A demonstration, to be going there with R1 rifles and R5 rifles.
Awunawulindela ke okokuba amapolisa apha ekhaya azawuthi xa ebizwa okokuba ayokunqanda izihlwele apho kuzabalaza khona apho kukho demonstration ukuthi baye nembu efana no R5. Awuyilindelanga into enjengale ukuba mayenzeke.
I see you are wrestling with your conscience.
Yes, sir. Sorry. It is difficult for me to say whether they should be allowed or not. These firearms, in my opinion, are not just used to kill, but also to defend. And in that statement, even a bread knife wielded in the right hands is just as dangerous as R5 rifles.
Mandithi ke andinawutsho ukuba bavumelekile nokubaphatha impi enjengaleyo ngoba isixhobo nesinjani sinobungozi nemela leyo kusika isonkwa xa iphethwe inobungozi obufanayo nezinye izixhobo.
Now let's be serious, warrant officer. Let's imagine a situation where I am armed with an assegai and a panga, and you are armed with an R1 or an R5 rifle. That's a no contest situation. Would you agree?
Masithi ke
It's a no-brainer.
mna ndiphethe umkhonto ikane ndiphethe iphanga.
Chair, I don't
Dinako
understand the
ukujongana
question.
nomuntu ophethe i-R1 nophethe i-R5.
Mr. Semenya?
Chair, I don't understand the question. I don't know what's a no-brainer.
The question is simple.
No, there's no brainer as a comment, actually. Just put the question. If the witness understands the question, he can answer it. If he doesn't, he'll ask you to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did understand the question, warrant officer.
So if it
The objection raised a comment about a no-brainer. That's comment. We'll ignore that. I think for the clarity purposes, repeat the question and let's get the answer.
Thank you, Mr. The question was, if I had an assegai and a panga, and you had an R1 rifle, R4 rifle, R5 rifle, and were confronting each other, there is no question that that would not be a proportionate contest. You are more, your firepower is superior than mine.
Mandithi kuwe warrant officer mna ndiphethe umkhonto nephanga sijongene wena uphethe R1 ne R5s kubani phakathi kwethu onamandla oku agqitha omnye.
That would be correct, sir, but it would still not change the fact that the assegai or the panga would be just as dangerous to my life at that stage.
Kunjalo umuntu ophethe umpu uchobe bheteri kunalo kodwa kusho kokuba iphanga nomkhonto akunawubulala nawo.
As I said, I was talking, I assume all of those things. That's why I went for the panga and the assegai. But I'm saying, as an expert that you are, knowing the lethal effect of all these weapons, including assegais and pangas, just the range, I mean, you would soon, unless you were going to throw it Shaka style, there is no way in which I would be matched proportionately with you if you had an R5 rifle and I only had an assegai and a panga. Is that a fair proposition to make?
Ndingayibeka ngolhlobo kuwe warrant officer kokuba umuntu ophethe R5 ne R1 unethuba lokuba akubethe useza phaya kude ngaphambi kokuthi phandle kokuthi ke ukwazi ukuba ugibisele lo mkhonto njengenkosi uShaka.
So although there is a disparity of the amount of force that can be used, there are several studies that have shown that within a range of 7 meters, a person wielding a sharp object will easily disable the person having a firearm already in his hands.
Kukho izifundo ezike zenziwa kwi-study ezikhombisa okokuba kwimgama ongaba ngu-7 meters umuntu okwazi ukugibisela isixhobo ezizigibiselayo uyakwazi okokuba oyise umuntu ophethe umpu.
Mr. Benzo, I don't quite understand your question. Are you suggesting that if someone comes to me, if I have an R5 in my hand, that's all I've got, and someone comes to attack me with a panga, because my weapon is proportionately much more powerful than the panga, I'm disabled, I'm not allowed to use it, and I must submit to being killed by the panga? Is
No,
that,
no, no,
Is that
no,
the
no.
question?
No, no, no.
That would be a no-brainer.
Uza okokuba ngoku uthi mthekazi ngisebenza xa ndiphethe umpu umuntu eza ephethe iphanga kufanele ndime azafika apha kum ndingamdubuli ukuthi hayi ndikuziloo nto mthekazi.
No, indeed, it is, that is not what and in fact, I think you understood me not to be saying so. All I'm saying is, I've got a far more superior weapon than in the circumstances, and there is a likelihood, the probabilities are that I will inflict injury on you with your panga and your assegai quicker than you would, given, of course, what you said about 7 meters range. But if the distance, for instance, is between here and you, and we're called upon to defend ourselves, I would, in those circumstances, inflict more damage to you than you would to me.
That I would agree with, yes.
Uyavumelana nomhlekazi msebenzi okokuba xa ke umuntu ophethe umpu njengalona ejongene nomuntu ophethe iphanga nalomnye lo ophethe iphanga uphethe isixhobo esibheteri kunalena esizawusebenza ngendlela ebheteri kunalo ophethe iphanga noma umkhonto.
I mean, in terms of your evidence, last week, we were talking here about firearms which discharge bullets at the rate of 600 to 700 a minute. Was that your evidence?
That is correct. That is what it's theoretically capable of.
Yes.
Njengoba nitshilo kule vikiki la khona imbo ekwazi ukukhupha imbumbulu ezingifika ko-600-700 rand ngomzuzu.
Which means at 1 second, 10 bullets are capable of being discharged by that firearm. Isn't it? 10. Just on the 600. Don't even go to the 700. On the 600 minute rate, rapid fire, in 1 second, and that second is gone, just by me saying 1 second, 10 bullets.
What we have found by testing, sir, is that it would normally be between 4 and 7 rounds. That would be just charge per second.
Now what mathematics is
Kwi-study
that?
esizenzile umpu uyakwazi ukukhipha imbumbulu ezine fika
Continue this
kwezisixhenxe
debate after tea.
ngomzuzwana
I
uwodwa.
understand your point, 600 divided by 60 is 10. But the witness may be able to explain to us why, despite that simple arithmetical result, he gets a figure of 4 to 7 a second. But after we've taken the tea adjournment, we can fruitfully continue that discussion.
Thank you,
Commission will adjourn.
Thank you, Chairman.
Ake sithathe ixesha letiye kancinci.
Following those answers, you've got to play it. I've got it all set up there, right? It's only 16 seconds.
have to remind you that you're still under oath. You want to continue the conversation about the number of bullets per second that are fired by one of these automatic assault rifles?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was told, Mr. Chairman, that the exhibit B what? 50 something is 59, if it could be put up.
Kuzoboniswa lo mboniso ngokumfanekiso B59.
Thank you. Now, you were in the process of explaining the mathematics of 600 bullets per minute. And I was seeking to make argument with you that if that is the rate at which these automatic rifles eject bullets, then that would amount to 10 bullets per second. You recall that?
Yes, so that is normally the published figure, such in publications such as Jane's
Yes.
and others that produce that cyclic rate. In a perfect world, the firearm is capable of discharging that amount of rounds. There are, unfortunately, other factors that play a role in it, such as the charge of the cartridge, the working of the parts, and sometimes there are even rate reducers introduced into the firearm to slower or lower the rate so that more accurate fire can be given. As you can understand, it's difficult to try and control a firearm with such a rapid rate of fire. More accurate, deliberate fire can be given at a slower rate.
Yes.
Njengoba esisho nje okokuba umbumbulu umpu onjengalona ukwazi ukubetha imbumbulu ezingaki ngeminute kuye ukuthi xa udubula kancinci kuphuma ezimbalwa ngokuthi yenziwe ngezingxenye ezinjani.
Yes, thank you. But all things being equal, that is the right. You remember that there was an exercise that you had to do last week as to how many could have been discharged in a period of 8 seconds. You remember that?
Yes, I remember.
Uyakhumbula ukuba kule vigqithe wabuza okokuba ngemizuzwana engu-8 kwakungadutshulwa imbumbulu ezingaphi. Uyayikhumbula.
On balance, and proceeding on the basis of 600 per minute, 10 per second, in 8 seconds, we would account for 80 bullets having been discharged by those kinds of firearms. Would that be correct?
So yes, theoretically that is possible. Practically, since the magazine can only take 35 rounds, it would not be possible to fire as many rounds within that second. I also based the figure that I gave on practical tests that I did with R5s myself to determine the rate of fire.
Xa sivumelana okokuba xa umpu ungakhupha imbumbulu ezingu-600 ngeminute kuyawuthi phaya kwi-seconds ezingu-8 ikhuphe ezingu-8 uthi ewe kunjalo kodwa ke awunakukhupha ezingu-8 ngoba imagazini yakhona ithatha ezingama-35.
We are, if you look at Exhibit B59, the one on the chart, now I can't see from this distance. What rifle are we talking about? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it on the second block on your left?
That would be
The
correct.
mouse is, yeah, then the mouse is not pointing to where I want it to point. There you are, there. No. Is that the R1, R5, R4 kind of rifle?
That is the R4 rifles.
R4.
Eyalathe phaya i-R4.
Yes. The rifle next to it, I am quite curious about it. What kind of rifle is that?
That is a bolt action rifle, sir.
Is it automatic? In other words, is it one of those that discharges bullets if you keep on your finger on the trigger?
No, so it's not capable of that. It's a manually operated rifle. It requires the person doing the shooting to manually open the bolt, extract the cartridge from the chamber, push the bolt forward, and then feed a new cartridge into the chamber of the rifle, and also close the bolt again.
Esiwolatha phaya kuyo-automatic. Xa udubula kufanele uvule ukhuphe igobolo ngesandla ufake enye imbumbulu uvale udubule futhi.
Yes. Just to separate fact from fiction, now that we have you as an expert, would that be your typical sniper rifle, or am I talking something laymanish?
It could possibly be used for that. To me, it appears more to a hunting type rifles.
And there's something in that rifle that indicates just above the level of the, what is that thing?
I think you're referring to the telescope, sir.
The telescope, yes.
Uthetha ngalento engaphezulu phaya, i-telescope leyo yokujonga.
Is it part of SAPS training for people to be trained in the use of rifles with telescopes?
I believe there are certain individuals that are trained with the use of bolt action scoped rifles, yes.
Apha kumbutho wamapolisa kukho abaqeqeshwa ngokusebenzisa olu hlobo lompu.
For what would they have to have that kind of training?
That would normally be advanced training, and that would probably be for sniping duties or counter-sniping duties.
Now,
Apha ke uthi kusetshenzwa zincutshe le. Ufuna abantu xa umuntu ezimele endaweni ethize ufuna ukumbetha kakuhle apha ezimele khona.
correct me if I'm wrong. Am I assuming correctly if snipers are sometimes used in hostage situations where after the failure of negotiation, a well-trained sniper might have to, as the language says, take the target out. And that is where, therefore, the accuracy would demand the use of a telescope.
That would probably be included in their duties, yes.
Kwezinye indawo ke impenje ngale isetshenziswa xa kukho abantu ababanjiwe bagcinwa endaweni ethize kufuna mhlawumbe okuthize kubo bese kubizwa aba basebenza lombu bajongisise okokuba uzimele phi lo muntu wenza yonke lento funeka inqushe ekwazi ukusebenzisa ke apho.
There is, in that exhibit B59, there is the square with bullets in it. Do you see that?
The cartridges itself.
The cartridges, yes. Those are not, oh yes, okay. Are they empty? In other words, are they not bullets, they are just casings?
No, so
Apha ezantsi ke
if we can maybe just advance the screen up slightly.
Just about that.
Empty cases appear to be square 9, and the cartridges themselves are square 8.
xa sijonga phaya ku9 ngamagobo asesetshenzisiwe apho inantsika ibhullet eziphambili intsimbi siphumile.
And what is 8? Can the mouse point to 8? Oh, yes.
Those are the cartridges, sir. That is the complete round of ammunition.
Yes.
Phaya ku8 ke imbumbulu esaphelele phaya.
which would typically be used in an R4, R1, R5, or do they use all those kinds of ammunitions?
Now, the R4 and R5 are chambered for the 5.56 by 45 millimeter cartridge. That would be similar to the one third from the left, sir.
Third from the left.
Xa ujonga eyesithathu kusuka apha ngasesandeni sokhohlo. Yiyo
The
ke
one second,
esetyenziswa kwi-R5s leyo.
the 1 second from the left? What would you,
Eyesibini
It's difficult to determine the correct caliber just from looking at the photograph, since there's no scale really. But that to me would appear more to be a 308 caliber or 7.62 by 51, such as chambered in the R1 rifle.
uthi xa ndiyijongile ndila andiboni azibhalwanga ubukhulu bazo kodwa ezisetyenziswa kuma-308 noma kweminye imipu enjengaleyo.
yes. Now, those are decidedly lethal ammunition. In terms of your categorizations, those would be clearly lethal ammunition to use in any situation.
Yes, they have the abilities.
Ndivumelana nawe apho uthi ezimbumbulu ziveze phaya zinobungozi zonke xa zisetyenziswa nangaphantsi kweyiphi na imeko.
So, if you had a look at Exhibit L, slide 257, there they talk about a total of 268 sharp point ammunition. Now, what does sharp point mean?
So that would normally indicate ammunition such as the 5.56, the 9mm parabellum, and the 7.62 by 51 as issued to the South African Police Service.
Yes.
Apha kuthiwa kwadutshulwa imbumbulu ezingu-268 kubhalwe sharp point. Ubuzoba zeziphi ezo? Uthi zezezibukhali ezisetshenziswa kwimipu ye-5.56, 9mm nakwi-5.56mm ipistol.
Now, if you look
rifle.
at, thank you. If you look at that slide, we see that in the column less than lethal, rubber, tear gas, stun. Now, assuming the correctness of those figures, at a glance, it would appear that there were less than lethal ammunition used than there was the usage of lethal ammunition. The total for less than lethal seems to be 34, and the total for lethal is 268. Would that be a fair assessment of that chart?
That would be correct.
Ndiyavumelana nalichati apho ithi kwasetyenziswa ezingu-268 ezezinobungozi, kwathi kwezi ezingenabungozi obukhulu kwasetyenziswa ezincinci ezingu-34.
Now, there's a fair amount of debate about rubber and all of that, but just taking rubber bullets as a category, you would, as an expert, not say that rubber bullets are not capable of killing.
No, they do have the capability of killing.
They have the capability.
Uthetha nge-rubber bullet.
Benzo, I don't understand the
Rubber
evidence, unless
bullets.
I've misunderstood it, to be that rubber bullets were used at Marikana. My understanding was it was rubber balls, and the suggestion is that the reason for that was for the very reason you've mentioned, actually, that rubber bullets can kill, whereas you thought that rubber balls can't.
Thank you, Chairman.
Marikana kwasetshenziswa i-rubber balls. I-rubber bullets uyavuma okokuba xa umuntu edujule nge-rubber bullet inokumbulala naye.
Now, assuming what the chair is indicating, would you say the rubber balls are completely incapable of killing, or the chances are less of rubber balls killing than sharp-point ammunition would do?
The chances of the rubber balls killing is less than.
Yes.
Ezi kuthiwa zii-rubber balls ke zivamisile ukuthi zibulale umuntu mathuba mancinci kakhulu.
You are familiar with the Andres Tatane case from Fixbeck, I'm sure you would be.
Yes, I am.
Ndike ndeva ngetyala eli lika-Andres Tatane elenzeka eFree State.
While one doesn't know, it appears there that either rubber bullets or rubber balls were used, but at that range they were fatal.
That's what seemed to have happened, yes.
Yes.
Kuyacaca ukuba wabethwa ngazo ii-rubber bullets kanye nee-rubber balls, kodwa kulo mgama bebakuwo iyambulala, ewe.
And whilst we are on the subject of ammunitions, just to take advantage of your being here, there's always been a story that there are kinds of ammunitions which on penetration explode, which is why sometimes the target that has been hit by that kind of ammunition is fractured in a number of ways. Is that an old wives' tale, or is there any science to it?
So I think there is a bit of both. What normally happens is, as we discussed earlier, that there's two effects in wound ballistics. Firstly, the effect of the bullet upon the target, but also reversely, there's also the effect of the target upon the bullet. In some cases, when the bullet strikes the target, due to it moving from a very high velocity and being suddenly slowed down, as you can expect, it puts great pressure upon the bullet. At this stage, the jacket or the core of the bullet might separate and also break up into smaller pieces, just by the shearing forces of the tissue working against the bullet. Many times this is described as the bullet exploding, while it is actually what happens is that the bullet basically disintegrates due to the forces being applied to it.
And what
Chaza ke apha okokuba umpu xa udutshulwe uyabonakala ukuba ungene phi. Xa ungena isantya ongena ngaso emzimbeni womuntu ngokuthi ke bese siyathobeka isantya, kuyenzeka okokuba le mbumbulu ibe siyaqhekeka yona ngokwayo xa kuthiwa iye yaphahlazeka phakathi kumzimba womuntu bese kuba khona ukuhlakazeka kwaloo ndawo kwinxeba elo.
Right. Now, my last question will be following. Do you have any video material of the training of South African police services in the use of the various types of firearms? I know you don't have it now as you sit there, but is there any such material available?
Unfortunately, I cannot give you a direct answer. I would expect there to be some material shown of how people are trained, maybe just as promotional item or as a training guide. Unfortunately, I cannot, as I'm not part of that environment, give you a 100% sure answer.
Buza
I would
okokuba
suspect there would be.
kukho imifanekiso yevideo na ebonisa ekuqeqeshweni kwamapolisa ngokusetshenziswa kweyimo ukuthi andina mpendulo endingayinika ngaphandle kokuthi ndicinga ukuba kufanele ukuba kube khona into enjengaleyo.
That's a pity. There is a 20-second clip that I will ask the permission of the chair to show, which purports, and I can put it no higher than that. It purports to be SAPS in training in the use of R5s. Now, I will-
Imifanekiso uzawuba khona apha wemizuzwana engamashumi amabini ekuthiwa ibonisa uqeqesho lwamapolisa.
just a 20 seconds. I make no claims that it is the thing. My 13-year-old daughter sent me to a thing called YouTube, and then I got that. I believe that it has been indicated.
Mr. Sibeza, I see Mr. Semenya has turned on his microphone. He wants to say something.
Chair, again a request. I think Mr. Ntsabeza would have wanted us to see it than catch us off guard. I have no idea what he intends to show.
Mhlekazi uSiminya
Benzi, could tell us
uthi ke
what the purpose of the question is,
akakayiboni lento akazi
so
okokuba
we can see
kujongwe
whether it's
ntoni
relevant
ngayo.
to the matters that we have to investigate.
Umhlekazi usebenza zange babonise ke lento.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The purpose would be to get from the witness an indication of whether the kind of training of what appears to be SAPS officials in the usage of those firearms is typically what he has been referring to when he says he is aware of the usage of these firearms by the South African PS.
Let's ask him whether he's able to comment at all.
Yeah.
Have you seen any training material used by the South African Peace Service relating to the use of these weapons?
I must admit I've not seen anything like that. I've also not been involved with the training as such.
So it sounds to me, Mr. Nsebenzo, that this won't take us any further. It may well be that there'll be subsequent witnesses to whom you can appropriately put this, but it sounds like a waste of time at the moment, frankly, with this witness.
Akanokazi ukuba sincede ke umhlekazi ngoba akekho kwi-training uthi nento enjengaleyo akazange ayibone kokuba baqeqeshwa kanjani ekusetshenzisweni kwale mbhubhayo.
Mr. Chairman, I will not take that any further. And I will not take the witness any further. That's the end of my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Nsebenzo. Is there anyone else representing any of the parties who wishes to cross-examine?
Yes, Chairperson, on behalf of the Munene family, my name is Takalani Masebe. I would like to put a few questions to this witness.
Advocate Takalani Masebe omele ifamily yakwaMunene uthi unembuzana nje
Please
engesimngaki
proceed.
athanda
Have you got your
ukuyibuza.
microphone turned on?
Chairperson, I'm right at the back. I believe,
Microphone turned on.
yes, my microphone is on.
I wonder if it wouldn't be better. I'm sure Mr. Semenya would be honored to have you sitting on his right hand. There's an empty seat next to him. It's in the front row. We can then see you, and you can see us, and things might proceed more smoothly. You don't object, do you, Mr. Semenya?
Uzawuza apha ngaphambili ke uTakalani ukubonisa okokuba uyakhushulwa ke ngokuzapha cani kwamhlekazi uSiminya.
Please proceed with your questions, but remember to turn Mr. Semenya's microphone on.
Thank you, Chair. What?
Object, he'll have to share a microphone.
I don't believe we will. Warrant Officer, I would like you to tend to slide 54 of Exhibit L. I believe it's right in front of you. Have you got slide 54? 54, exhibit L.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Iyabonakala lo mfaniso 54.
I don't know that it's necessary to put the slide up. If you want to put up,
I'd-
give us warning, because it's one of these slides that we've given warnings about in the past. But if you don't need to have it shown, you just want to ask the witness about it without it being shown, then just carry on. But otherwise, we'll have to warn those who may be affected to give them a chance to leave if they wish.
That is correct, Chairperson. I don't believe it should be shown. I believe that it will suffice from here. Warrant Officer, if you can look at that picture, right on top of the dark patch that covers the face, there is what appears to be a bullet wound. Would you agree with me that is a bullet wound?
Unfortunately, from the angle that it's taken, it's very difficult to determine. It would appear to be similar to a bullet wound. Unfortunately, I cannot, in all honesty, say 100% from this angle whether or not it was.
Uboniswa lo mzimba ke kukho apho inhloko ivale khona ngento emnyama kuthe ezantsi phaya kubekho into enjengenxeba lembumbulu uthi iyafana nalo ngeke atsho ngokunyanisekileyo ukuba limbumbulu.
According to the caption, this is a picture of the second deceased member of the police who was killed on the 13th of August. It stated that he was hacked and shot twice. So you would expect to find, I'm not sure they're visible on the photograph, but you would expect to find 2 bullet wounds.
Thank you, Chair.
Ngumfanekiso wepolisa ela sweleka ngale mini apho kuthiwa khona wagajwa waphinde wadutshulwa kabini ngakho ke kuyawubakho amanxeba amabili embumbulu.
Maybe we should ask the evidence leaders if they have the PM photographs that were taken at the post-mortem examination, because they may illustrate more clearly the point you're trying to make.
That would be perfect, Chairperson.
Kubuzwa ababa zisa ubungqina ngaphambili kokuba banazo na ifoto ezathathwa ngogqirha babehlola isidumbu apho kuzobonakala khona ngophandle kokungabazo kokuba yimbumbulu le ikanene intoni.
It may take some time to find those photographs. Are there other questions you wish to ask in the meanwhile? You can return to it. And if you've finished your other questions and they still haven't found the photographs yet, then we can ask the witness to stand down, and when they have been found, you can then put them to him.
Chairperson, unfortunately, my line of questioning is on this exact picture and that exact bullet wound. So I believe that the witness will have to stand down.
Ask the evidence leaders how long they'll need. How long will you need, Ms. Pillay, you're attending to this, are you? How long will you need to find the photographs to which reference has been made?
Chair, because it relates to the dates before the 16th, we probably need about 15 minutes just to locate the PM report.
Okay, well, may I ask whether there's anyone else who wants to ask questions in cross-examination of the witness?
Umisipile uthi ke uthatha imzuzu engabayishumi nanhlanu kokuba kufumaneke lo report ngoba sisehlakalo esesenzeka ngaphambi komhla ka-16.
No. Well, is there any re-examination from the side of the evidence leaders which can take place now, so we don't have to adjourn for 15 minutes?
The re-examination, Mr. Chairman, would have to be...
I'm sorry, I've made that mistake before.
Yes.
Mr. Semenya is going to re-examine the witness, but I understand that Commissioner Hemraj also wants to ask some questions. So while Ms. Pillay is trying to find the photograph, Commissioner Hemraj will ask questions, and then if he has any re-examination, Mr. Semenya will do so. Commissioner Hemraj, would you like to start asking questions?
Thank you. Warrant Officer, in the flight of the bullet, at some stage, it loses velocity. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Enyaniso kokuba xa ibethwa imbumbulu iyahamba kube khona apho isiphelelwa ngamandla isantya sehla.
And it becomes unstable and tumbles.
It becomes more, just slows down, not necessarily tumbles. A tumble or an unstableness would be when it actually strikes something in its way.
Uthi yehla nje isantya ayibe seyiyajikeleza ngaphandle kokuba kukho into eyadibana nayo yayibetha ke xa isizawujika iphenduke.
And the appearance of a wound created by such a bullet is very different to the appearance of a wound created by a bullet that's still stable.
That would be correct.
Kubakho umahluko ke kwinxeba elenziwe imbumbulu ebese iphelele isandla kune nxeba elenzeke xa imbumbulu isese kwisandla esiphakeme.
And the appearance of that wound is one of the factors that assists in determining the distance between the shotist and the target.
Both the appearance of the wound and then other factors such as suit, the presence or the absence of tattooing or the deposit of burnt and unburnt propellant would be used to determine distance.
Hlobo lenxeba ke elenziwe imbumbulu enjengaleyo eseyiphelele isandla liyohluka kunenxeba elenziwe imbumbulu esese kwisandla esiphakeme. Enye ke into eyikhombise ibonisa okokuba udujule lo muntu emgama ongakanani lukhuluwa luye libonakale apha kumzimba walo muntu udujulweyo.
But in the absence of tattooing, an irregular entrance wound as opposed to the circular defect is sometimes an indication of a projectile that's been fired from a longer distance.
Not necessarily, ma'am. It would also indicate that the bullet struck something on its way, or maybe or it struck an intermediate target, which made it unstable.
So it's a ricochet bullet then.
Possible, yes.
Now, with a 9mm, what is the range before that projectile becomes somewhat unstable and would create an irregular entrance wound?
Buzapha ngembumbulu njenge 9mm.
It would be difficult, since, as I say, they don't really become unstable as such. They slowly start losing velocity and rotational spin, and then only then, but that would be at a very long distance. I would expect, if I remember what I read up about it, in the region of about 1 kilometer.
Uthi iya sibamba isanje ihamba indawo umgama ongazobe uyi-kilometer ngaphandle kokuba kukho enye into eyadibana nayo apha endleleni engahle ithobe isanja sayo.
And what about a projectile that emanates fired from a rifle?
At that, I would just about double the distance. So about the range of about 2 kilometers.
Imbumbulu ke ebethwe ngalompu kuthiwa i-rifle lomde uhamba ibanga eliphinde kabili kulelo i-kilometers ezingaba zimbini.
And can you help me with something else, Warrant Officer? If you find a firearm on a crime scene, are there tests that can be carried out on that firearm to determine if it has been fired?
Recently.
Well, I'll get to that.
It can be checked to see that it has been fired. Unfortunately, there's no test to determine when it was last fired. The presence of firing residue or partially burnt powder particles, anything would indicate that it was fired. Unfortunately, it's not possible to determine when was the last time when that shot was fired.
Umpu ofunyanwe kwisehlakalo solwaphulo mthetho iyakwazi ukuba iteste ubonakala kokuba uye wasebenza yini lo mpu. Kodwa ke ubunzima ukuthi abangeke bakwazi ukuba usetshenziswe nini ngaxesha linseqhithi ixesha lingakanani usetshenzisiwe. Kukho izinto ezithize baye bazijonge ezibonisayo ukuba uke wasebenza lo mpu.
So your test cannot determine whether the firearm was fired within the last 24 hours or last week or last month or indeed last year?
It would only indicate that it was not clean since the last time it was fired, whenever that might be.
Into ezawubonisa ngulompu ngekwazi ukubonisa uba ugqibeleni usetshenziswa uyobonisa nje ukuba awuzange uklinwe emva kokuba useke wasetshenziswa.
On another topic, the switching of the firearm to automatic fire, is that a deliberate action, or can that happen accidentally?
That would depend on a specific firearm and where the switch for the select or the selector switch in that term is situated. Also, how it activates, whether it's in a position where it might be accidentally bumped from a single shot to full automatic.
Well, tell us about the R1 and the R5. Are those deliberate actions in switching them to automatic fire?
The R1 is quite a deliberate action. On the R5, I have seen it, I've personally seen it, that it is accidentally switched, either by the thumb or by a inconsistent or a wrong grip, if I can say that, upon the firearm.
Uthi ke umpulo we R1 xa ufuna ukwenza ukuba udubule automatic uphinda phinde uwenza wena ngokwakho. Uthi kodwa ke lo we R5 kuyenzeka ukuba izenzakalele ithi xa ibetha imbombo liphuma bese ujika usuzibetha ubetha iautomatic kuya nangokuthi lo ubambile usebenzayo ubambe ngohlobo olunjani.
And then, what is the effect of these rubber balls hitting a human body? What is the force with which they hit the human body? Can they stop a person in their tracks? Can they push them back? What exactly is the effect?
It would depend on the impact velocity of, and that would also really, in the case of the rubber balls, be determined by the distance. It will not be able to hit, I would not expect it to be able to hit somebody down. It would cause severe pain and a severe bruise upon the area where it struck.
Buzwa ngerubber balls ezokuba zona ke zinjani ziyakwazi ukubetha umuntu okuba eme khona apho noma enzeni uthi ibetha kabuhlungu lento ibetha kabuhlungu xa kuya ngokuthi ke ube ngumgama ongakanani kusuka kulomuntu amdubulayo.
Can you perhaps say from what approximate distance it would need to be fired to actually stop someone in their tracks?
Ma'am, I think that would actually depend on the pain threshold of the person. For one person, it might be a lot further distance where he would be discouraged from going further. For somebody that's maybe in an advanced state of agitation or maybe on something that's given him a numbing effect, it might be that he will carry on moving forward even though struck repeated times.
Buzwa kokuba umuntu xa betha ngembumbulo leraba kufanele abe bumgama ongakanani ukuva imvise ubuhlungu okuba abone kokuba hayi mandime ngokukanene ndibaleke uthi kuyaya ngomuntu ukuthi uva kanjani ubuhlungu.
So there's really no way of saying at what distance those rubber balls would be effective. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. It would depend on the person being struck by them.
Uthi ke kuyaya ngalo muntu kokuba ngumuntu onjani uyavela na ebuhlungwini xa ebethwa ngerubber bullets noma unokuthi noma sebethiwe aloku echubeke siza phambili.
Yes, thank you, Warrant Officer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Pillay, I see you've now returned. Are you able to show the photographs that you've been asked to show? Have you found them on the hard drive?
Chair, what I do have is the post-mortem reports from Mr. Munene. Unfortunately, it doesn't have pictures on it, so I'm not sure what Ms. Takalani is referring to. And I can find, if she lets us know where she got the pictures from, we can trace it.
We understand that photographs of the PMs are in, I don't know all the PMs, but some of the PMs are in possession of the evidence leaders. Are you saying you haven't got photographs in respect of this particular post-mortem examination?
Chair, we have the post-mortem report of this particular deceased, but it doesn't have any pictures attached to it. So we've just this morning received additional photographs from IPID, and Mr. Wesley is going through that as we speak to see if we can find any relating to Mr. Munene. But I'm almost certain that that's not the picture that Ms. Takalani was referring to, because that has just literally come in. So if there is another photo that she's specifically referring to, if she can let us know where it is, we can then arrange for it to be shown.
Well, Chairperson, I was referring to this only picture, and unfortunately, if the witness say he cannot see whether it was a bullet wound or not, then it doesn't help us at all.
Yes, sir. I understood you to refer to the photograph in which is part of Exhibit L. And then
Yes,
I
part
raised
of-
the question as to whether there wasn't perhaps a photograph taken as part of the post-mortem examination. The answer to that appears to be there may be, but the evidence leaders can't tell us yet. Mr. Wesley is trying to find out. So if that photograph, if there is a photograph, and that will assist you in your cross-examination, then perhaps we can ask Mr. Menya in the meanwhile to re-examine, and perhaps, I don't know how long his re-examination will be, but either if Mr. Wesley comes back during the re-examination, you can take over, or we may have to have a short adjournment when Mr. Semenya is finished to see what Mr. Wesley's been able to find. At least there are other questions you can ask at the moment in the absence of a photograph.
Chairperson, unfortunately not without this photograph, unless if it can be enlarged and then the witness can be able to see that particular bullet wound. There isn't other questions.
Akanayo eminye imibuzo abefuna ukuyibuza umntakalane uthi ufuna ukubona nje okokuba ngeke sikwazi ukukhuliswa na le photo ukubonakala okokuba inqina liyakwazi ukuba yimbumbulu leyikanena kuthiwa khona eminye imfanekiso efunyenwe namhlanje kodwa ke kusengabonakala okokuba lo umufi olana uvelile apho kwimifanekiso.
I would think there's probably a very high probability that there will be a photograph, because that was done in most, if not all, of these post-mortem examinations. But in the meanwhile, let's not waste further time. Mr. Semenya, would you like to re-examine? And then we'll see what happens when you finish your re-examination.
Thank you, Chair. Warrant Officer, should the evidence reveal, as we suspect it will, that some of the protesters had blankets on them, would you expect that to have an effect on rubber bullets fired at them? Rubber balls, rather.
Yes, I would expect that it would cushion the impact of the balls.
Mhlekazi Simenye umbuzo ukuba xa ukunqina bukhona okokuba abanye bala baqhankqalazi babenxibe izingubo amabhayi i-rubber bullet xa ibethe uthi hayi into enjengengubo ibhayi iyayivimba i-rubber bullet ayivakali.
And can I take you back to the evidence relating to buckshots? You recall that evidence?
Yes, I do.
Uyabukhumbula ukunqina apho ethethe khona ngembumbulu ezibizwa ngokuba zii-buckshots?
Do you know what type of buckshots we have? As in LG, SG, etc.
The most commonly found would be the LG, SSG, LG, SG, SSG, AAA, and that would, from there on, would be described further on down as birdshot.
Uthi ke ezi buckshot zibizwa i-LG, ezinye SG, ezinye SSG, ezinye AAA, emva koko ke bese zibizwa ngokuba ziyi-birdshot.
And do you know which ones are issued to the SAPS?
As far as I'm familiar, sir, it's SSG.
Ezinikezwa kumbutho ke wamapolisa ngokwazi kwami zezi zibizwa SSG.
And in relation to bed shots, what type of bed shots are there?
Birdshot would be in descending numbers or gaining numbers from 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 7.5, number 9, and also number 12 shot.
Ezi ze-birdshot ke ezibizwa ngalezo zinumber 1, 3, 4, 5, sekuba u-7, 7.5, zize ziyogqibela kunumber 12.
And do you know which ones are issued to the South African Police Service?
As far as I know, it's number 5 shot.
Olwami ke ulwazi ezinikezwa kumapolisa ezi unumber 5.
And perhaps can we reiterate, Warrant Officer, the range, the lethal range of an R5 shot would be what?
The lethal range for a 5.56 bullet fired from an R4 could be up to 2 kilometers.
Ubungozi bembumbulu edujule ngombu R5 imbumbulu A556 inobungozi kude kube zikilometers ezimbini.
And for a 9mm?
Would be up to 1.2 kilometers, 1,200 meters.
9mm kungaba 1,200 meters by kilo ne makhulu amabili emeter.
Now, as you testified, a magazine to a pistol may have a particular capacity.
That is correct.
And is it possible to have more bullets than the capacity of a magazine, such as those that may be in the chamber?
That would be correct.
Imagazine ke yombu wepistol iba nenani elithize lembimbulu ezifakwa phakathi apho. Kungenzeka kodwa kubekho ezininzi ukugqitha leyo magazine.
So if you find a pistol with a full magazine, it does not necessarily conclude that such a firearm has not been fired.
No, it would not.
Xa ufumana umpu unemagazine isagcwele imbumbulu akuthethi okokuba awusetshenziswanga lo mpu.
The questioning relating to whether an R5 or an R1 is a military weapon, do you know if those firearms are issued to the South African police?
The R5 is definitely issued, yes.
Xa ebuza okokuba ezi zixhobo i-R5 ne-R1 zizixhobo zasemkhosini uthi amapolisa umbutho wamapolisa uyanikwa ezi zingu-R5.
And would an R5 use necessarily suggest a state of war?
No, I would not suggest that.
Xa kusetshenziswe umpu we-R5 akusho okokubana ube kunemfazwe apho.
In cases such as heists, what armament do you expect the police to have?
I would expect them to be armed with something capable of, or just as capable as what the people doing the crime, to put them on an equal footing with at least that. So in this case, it would be R5s.
Ubuza okokuba apha ekubanjweni kwenkunzi ke aba bahlomile kuse kufanele babe nempu enjani aba bamapolisa uthi kufanele babe nezixhobo ezilinganayo ezinobungozi ezifana nezaba phethwe ngabaphangi kuthi ke apha R5 zifanele kuba khona.
And should the evidence be that the police knew that some of the protesters had confiscated an R5 from one of them, what armament do you expect the police response to have amongst many?
At least R5 or R1 rifles.
Xa amapolisa abenolwazi ke lokokuba phakathi kwaba bantu baqhankqalazayo kukhona abaphethe umpu oyi-R5 othethwe kwelinye ipolisa kwakufanele bona babe nantoni yokuzivikela uthi babefanele babe ne-R5s kanye ne-R1s.
And if intelligence at the hands of the police suggests that there could be one of the protesters with an R5, what type of unit in the police would be appropriate to deal with such a threat?
I would suggest that it would require the special skills of the more advanced units, such as the Special Task Force, the NIU, and if they were not available, TRT.
Xa bekukho abantu ke abanolwazi bezinhloli apha kumapolisa banolwazi obalufumeneyo kokuba kukho abahlome phaya kubaqhankqalazi ngempi enjenge-R5 amapolisa bekufanele abe nantoni yokuzikhusela bekuzodingeka maphi oluphi uhlobo lamapolisa ukuba libe phaya uthi aba ke abaqeqeshwe ngokunzulu abafana ne-NIU, Special Task Force, okanene ababe-TRT.
And what weapons would you expect them to have?
That would be R5s, R1s, and in specific cases, I think in such a case, I think several members armed with sniper or very accurate rifles might be required.
Apha ke kwakufanele nawo amapolisa abe nezixhobo ezilingananayo neziphethwe ngaba bantu ifana ne-R5, i-R1, ikanene kubekho abaphethe ezi sniper rifles abaqeqeshwe usetshenzisweni lezixhobo ezinjengezo.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. Those are the questions, Chair.
I see Mr. Wesley has returned, and he's been speaking to Advocate Pillay. Are you able to tell us whether there is a photograph such as the one which is sought for use in cross-examination?
Mr. Chair, I'm afraid I didn't see the photograph which was sought. I was out of chambers at the time. But what we are doing is we are arranging that some of the autopsy photographs, or what we believe to be the correct autopsy photographs, will be able to be viewed on the screens. If we could perhaps just have 5 minutes to arrange that. I do apologize.
Cela uxolo umhlekazi Wesley sifumene ezo
Adjourn
emfanekiso
until
ye
Mr.
post-mortem.
Wesley
Sake siphume kancinci 5 minutes.
They're ready to proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to start. Sizawuqalisa kwakhona ngosingameni ngenyawo.
The commission resumes. I understand, I received a message to the effect that we could come back. Does that mean you found the photographs?
Mr. Chair, yes, we found the photographs.
May I inquire whether they are of such a nature to necessitate a warning to members of the Masebe family?
Well, Chairperson, I would suggest that a warning be issued, but well, although it's not a very big picture, so, but then I would suggest that a warning be issued because I know that the family members are present.
It's the Manaba family, isn't it? Munene.
Monene.
Munene. If there are any members of the Munene family in the auditorium, it's my duty to tell you that we are shortly to see a picture taken at the post-mortem examination on the body of Mr. Munene, which may well cause them a lot of unhappiness and grief and distress. So I'm going to give them a minute to leave the auditorium if they wish to do so.
Kukho imifanekiso ezawuvezwa apha. Uyacelwa ke into yoba ukuba ungumuntu osihlobo okanye isalamane sakwaMunene uphumele ngaphandle ngoba le mifanekiso ezawuvezwa apha ingaba zizinto eziphazamisa umoya womuntu okanye ezidakumbisayo.
Let's start now.
Sotho.
Ha ile gore o teng fa ibile lesika la batho ba go go monini wa kopiwa tswetswe gore tswele kontle ka gore gona le difoto tse tla tlhagisiwa fa gore ha ile gore wa amega o tswele kontle ka gore ha o ka bona difoto tse gongwe o tla amega mo maikutlong.
For the record, I understand that the interpretation has been both in isiXhosa and in Sesotho, is that correct? Yes. Because the family concerned are actually Sesotho speakers. Well, no one is showing any signs of leaving the auditorium, so I take it we can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. May we have the picture shown? Warrant. Now, warrant officer, that is the bullet wound that I was referring to. Can you see it?
If it's just possible, I can just go and stand closer, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Uyasondela ku warrant officer kuba azobona kakuhle elinxeba kuthiwa linxeba lembumbulu kanye lokudutyulwa.
Yes, it does appear as a bullet wound, has the characteristics of a bullet wound.
Are you able to tell us whether that's the entrance wound or the exit wound?
It appears to be an entrance wound.
Uthi liyabonakala kuba linxeba elenzeke ngenxa yokudutyulwa kuyabonakala nokuthi kulapho imbumbulu ingene khona.
Now, warrant officer, the appearance of a grayish color and a black color, is that an indication of what you earlier referred to as tattooing in your evidence?
This is actually the skin of the ring of abrasion. So where the bullet actually abrades against the skin as it moves through and overcomes the elasticity of the skin. It also looks like what appears to be a soot deposit. From this wound, I would actually say it was closer than tattooing distance, and it would appear to be a loose contact wound.
Now, warrant officer, you just stated that it was closer. Can you estimate the distance from which this shot was fired?
It appears that the barrel of the specific firearm was actually just about touching the skin or touching the person.
Uyatsho ke into kubana ngokubonakala kwele nxeba ingathi bisondele kakhulu ibarrel le yegandi bedubula kwakhona uthi le nxeba libonisa ukuvuleka kube khona ngelixesha lokudubula okanye ukukrazuka kolusu okanye isikhumba.
Now, warrant officer, can you tell this commission the type of firearm that would be capable of firing such a wound?
It is difficult to say from exactly from this angle. I would suggest that it's a handgun.
Uthi ke noba kunzima ukuthi angachaza ngoluphi uhlobo lompulu lisetyenziswe pha kodwa ke bengathi yena xa ethatha athi kusetyenziswe umpulu obanjwe ngesandla.
Well, thank you, Chairperson, that will be all.
Is there anyone who wishes to ask any questions arising from the questions that have just been asked? No. You've got no more questions? Yes. You've got no more questions?
Warrant Officer, the carrying of one round in the chamber in a pistol, is it the practice of the South African Police Services to do that?
I know that some of the units do that.
Is that to facilitate the reaction time?
That is correct.
Yes, thank you.
Uthi ke kuye kwenzeka into yokuba amapolisa akwazi ukuthi ngexesha kudutyulwe iround ibenye kuyenzeka.
There being no further questions, it remains for me to thank the warrant officer for his evidence and to excuse you from further attendance. Obviously on the basis if for some reason we have to recall you, you're prepared to come back, but otherwise you're excused from further attendance. Thank you. Now, I did understand that Ms. Pillay was now going to assist us in the housekeeping matters that were discussed on Friday, documents that that should have been provided by the cross-examiners and weren't, but which she was now going to give us with exhibit letters and so forth. But Mr. Madlanga, if it's not appropriate or possible to do that at the moment, we will adjourn. I was proposing to adjourn because we started late this morning, being a Monday, till 1:30. So would it be appropriate for us to take that adjournment now?
Chair, may I ask, there are witnesses, 6 witnesses that were subpoenaed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have not been able to make contact with them. May I perhaps just mention their names and see if they do not respond? But I will ask the commission to indicate what it is that I am proposing to do.
I think you must tell me what you propose to do. I can't read your mind. Mr. Mpofu also wants to say something, but first say what you want to say. And
That
let's call
is,
the names out, and then we get Mr. Mpofu to find out what he wants.
I already did indicate, Chair, which is that I propose reading the names out. Yes.
Read out the names.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Fusi Muhale, please just inquire if the people are in the room, and because some of the names are Sesotho names, if you could say it both in isiXhosa and Sesotho.
Uyacela ke ummeli uadvocate Tato Madlanga ukuba abantu ubuze baba bakhona xa ukhona uzawuzitsho uba ukhona na. Weledi ndate Madlanga ukupa gore ha tla o bitsa mabitso a batho ha ile hore o teng fana o tla tlhalosa yalo kgotsa o bue gore no o teng lebitso la ntlha a le bitsitseng ke la ha Fusi Muhale igama lokuqala libizileo ngela ka Fusi Muhale.
Sithembele Ntakane.
Sithembele Ntakana uteng ukhona usithembele Ntakana?
Mlambisa Xokoxokwana.
Mlambisa Xokoxokwana ukhona yena?
Thembinkosi Mtyo.
Ukhona uThembinkosi Mtyo?
Mlandeni Miyalwana.
Umlandini Miyalwana ukhona yena?
And Lungani Mabutyana.
Lungani Mabutyana ukhona yena?
None of the persons named has responded at all. They do not appear to be present. Mr. Mpofu has put his microphone on. Presumably he wants to help us.
Chairperson, yes, thank you very much. This is a matter that I was going to address hopefully before lunch. The 5, I was not aware of the 6th subpoena, but maybe my attorneys are working on the matter outside, so they might come back with the 6th attorney. I'm in possession of the five of the subpoenas, and the people are here outside. Yes, Chair. Okay. Yes. As I say, I'm not sure about the 6th, but I expect the 6th person to be here as well. Chairperson, I've been instructed to say the following about this matter. Firstly, that we are very much taken aback that subpoenas have been issued against our clients because the arrangements that were being discussed, and as I indicated many times before, for the people that we represent who are charged with murder, among other things, it is our preference and their preference that if they're going to testify, they should be led by the legal representatives of their choice.
Afforded the opportunity to lead witnesses, and my understanding from what happened previously was that you indicated you weren't going to do that. So, but obviously it's desirable that if clients of yours are going to give evidence, that you should be given the opportunity to lead their evidence. That's the appropriate way to do it. But anyway, please carry on.
Yes. Well, firstly, Chairperson, I never indicated that I was not going to call anybody. But anyway, the record will speak for itself on that. But even if that was the case, the point I'm making is simply that the reason why we are surprised is because there was an understanding that we would supply the names of 2, if I understand it well, 2 witnesses who might, or rather would be called, definitely, but who might come after Mr. Matunjwa or the other evidence of the families. And in fact, this entire weekend we've been working on exactly that. But it turns out that as long ago as the 16th of November, 2012, which is more than 10 days ago, these subpoenas had been issued. Well, and that's the surprising thing, because we have said time and again here what the preference of the witnesses is. There was also some communication that those subpoenas would be held in abeyance. Apparently, there was a threat made when I was not here. Anyway, to cut a long story short, Chairperson, I would like to make the following proposal. We would like to give the evidence leaders an opportunity, a number of days, if they want that, for them to withdraw the subpoenas and either to continue to engage us about the possibility of our witnesses coming here, failing which, or for the chairperson to make a ruling in that respect, failing which our instructions are to approach the High Court to set aside those subpoenas. And
on what basis
well,
would
that
the
should be
subpoenas
in
be
the
set
papers.
aside? Or what basis would it be contended that they should be set
I
aside?
will tell you now, Chair. Yeah. One of the bases is the one that I've already mentioned, that these are people who are facing murder charges. And whatever evidence they're going to give, they would prefer, if they give that evidence, they would prefer to do so under the auspices of their chosen legal representatives, not by some form of duress. Number one. Number two, that one of the reasons why it has taken us longer than usual to even arrange the situation where we are in now, of being able, in fact, ironically, this morning we were in the position to give over some names and timeframes. But be that as it may, one of the reasons that there was that delay is because of the lack of capacity on the side of our team caused by the absence of funding. And that these people should not then be disadvantaged simply because, or rather be forced.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
I don't understand on what basis subpoenas can be set aside, as suggested by you. I can understand that a witness who has been subpoenaed may wish to be led in chief by his own representative. We can find out from Mr. Midlanga whether he proposes, if the witnesses' legal representatives are prepared to lead them, to nevertheless to lead them himself and not allow the representatives to lead them. If that's the case, we can take the matter further. But the mere fact that they've been subpoenaed by the evidence leaders in the situation where it wasn't clear they were going to be led by their own representatives. I'm not sure that forms the basis to set the subpoenas aside. The fact they're charged, I'm not sure how that assists, because the regulations provide that any evidence they give here couldn't be used against them in any criminal trial to which they would be subjected if they were to be charged later. But it's now 1 o'clock. I propose adjourning now till 1:30. May I suggest that you and Mr. Midlanga discuss the matter during the lunch adjournment to see whether a modus vivendi can't be worked out. So that, because as you understand, our function here is to get to the truth of what happened. The people who were actors in the events are all liable to be subpoenaed, obviously entitled to be led by their own representatives if they wish. If they don't wish that, or their own representatives choose not to lead them, that can't stop the Commission from permitting the evidence leaders to lead them. But on that basis, we'll take the adjournment till 1:30.
Chairperson, if I may,
Take the adjournment till 1:30, Mr. Mpofu.
I'm not going to be here in the afternoon, Chairperson.
Ngiqala emva kwensimbi yoqala siyabuyela.
Sizawubuya ngo1:30 mawethu. Betha ixesha.
Ndicela simeni ngenyawo, o-commissioner bayangena. Can we all stand up?
Commission resumes. Mr. Mpofu, you were addressing me when I adjourned. I suggested that you speak to Mr. Madlanga to work out a modus vivendi during the lunch adjournment. Have you anything to report?
Yes, Chairperson, we could not reach any tangible agreement, but I suggested that I was going to go and take instructions from the attorneys and the clients. And yeah, our position is simply that the subpoenas should be withdrawn. Alternatively,
Why should they be withdrawn? What
For-
legal basis would there be?
okay,
for withdrawing?
again, well, if they're not withdrawn here, then we will try to have them withdrawn elsewhere. All I'm saying.
On what legal basis? Or aren't you prepared to
Well,
tell me?
insofar as I am prepared to, Chair, I'm sure it will be argued before that judge. But insofar as I'm prepared to, it is on the basis that, one, the record will show that we have never refused to bring witnesses. I've said it repeatedly here that at no stage have we refused. Two, the fact that we not even given the courtesy of being informed that our people are going to be subpoenas and who and the identities of those people. Many other grounds, but those are one or two. I think one would be enough. Doesn't matter. I'm sure the court that will go to will decide.
Now, you said that the subpoenas must be withdrawn alternatively. I didn't give you a chance to say what the alternative was, because I asked you on what basis they should be withdrawn.
Yeah.
Are you able to tell me what the alternative is?
No. The alternative is what I've just said, which is that we'll go to court.
Oh, I see. Mr. Madlanga, do you wish to comment on what Mr. Mpofu said?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, perhaps I should start with the point about lack of courtesy on our part. That is totally untrue. On the 16th of November, when the representatives of the various parties and the evidence leaders held a meeting on outstanding matters on phase 1, I announced in that meeting, openly in the presence of everybody, and I was addressing myself to Mr. Mpofu's junior. Mr. Mpofu was not at the meeting. And I said to Mr. Musi that as a matter of professional courtesy, those were the words that I used, and all my colleagues present here who were at that meeting will bear me out on that. We are going to subpoena some of your clients. I forget the exact words towards the end, but the first part about it being a matter of professional courtesy, those were the words that I used. Thereafter, after the meeting had been finalized, Mr. Musi came to me and made a request. In fact, he first made it openly at the meeting that we should not go ahead with issuing the subpoenas. And I said, our decision stands. He came to me afterwards, and I said to him, I would talk to the other evidence leaders, which I did over the weekend, and I kept him informed. So over the weekend, I said to him, the email, this was by email. I sent a second email in which I said, the decision stands because after discussion, the evidence leaders say we should stand by our decision. And a mistake that I made was the use of a wrong verb. In the email in which I advised Mr. Musi that we would be going ahead with the subpoenas, I said that the subpoenas would be issued on Monday the 19th. It so happened that the subpoenas had in fact already been issued on the 16th. But I had said in so many words to my juniors who were attending to it, Advocate Mujapi, Mr. Mujapilu, I don't know who else, that they should hold back on those subpoenas because I am in discussion with Mr. Musi. But I used the wrong verb and said, instead of they will be served on Monday, I said they will be issued on Monday.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
The meeting to which you're referring,
Yes.
where you spoke about professional courtesy and so on,
Yes.
when did that take place?
On the 16th of November, Mr. Chairman.
Have the subpoenas already been issued at that time?
I'm not, just hold, Mr. Chair.
Kusekho ingxoxo mpikiswano ngaphakathi komnumzana uDalimpofu kunye no Commissioner no Mr. Madlanga ngokubhekiselele kwindaba yamanqina amelwe ngumnumzana igqwetha uDalimpofu abo ke bebekhankanywe amagama wabo yena besithi ufuna ufaka isicelo sokuba ukuza kwabo ngaphambili bazokukhupha ubungqina kurhoxiswe ngoba bekhuphe esinye isizathu sokuba khange baziswe kakuhle okanye khange baziswe nokuthi ngabantu abamelwe ngabo abo ngoko ikusokho lwempingxoxo impikiswano injalo.
They had already been issued, but the sheriff was only called and came to this building on Monday the 19th, and he was only given the subpoenas on Monday the 19th, and that is after the evidence leaders were not prepared to accede to Mr. Musi's request. They were then given to the sheriff, and from then on, the sheriff started the process of having them served. Now, if I may just, yes.
Mr. Blanca, I suggest you pause every now and again to give the interpreter a chance to interpret.
Ngoko ke kusathethwa ngengxoxo ibingaphakathi komnumzana uMadlanga namagqwetha awekadibene nawo ngomhla babencokola ngesehlakalo esenzeke okokuqala ngokuba umnumzana uMusi oligqwetha wayeke wathi makungaqhutyeke kwanokukhutshwa lamaphepha aza kwenza ukuthi lamanqina azovela ngaphambi kwenkundla kodwa ke uyachaza naye ummeli advocate umnumzana uMadlanga ndokubana waye waza ke apha yena usheriff and kuthe ekuzeni kwakhe ngoba kwakungekho umvumelwano phakathi kwamagqwetha kunye notata bakhokhela amanqina okanye abaphethe ubungqina kule commission baze baqhubeke kwanye bagqiba into yokubana bazawuqhubekeka banika usheriff kuba abantu funeke bazi enkundleni banikwe loo maphepha into yoba azobonakala ngaphambi kwenkundla.
What we as evidence leaders would be interested to get an idea of is whether or not there is an intention on the part of Mr. Mpofu and his team to lead witnesses at all. When we adjourned and approached them at the suggestion of the chairman, based on
You're talking about today?
today, today, yes. Based on what Mr. Mpofu had said, which is that there was an understanding that 2 witnesses would be called, during the adjournment, we asked for the names of those 2 witnesses. He would not give us those names. And we also asked whether or not there was any intention to call any witnesses, and we did not get any response to that either.
Uthi ummeli advocate uMadlanga njengoba bechazile ucommissioner indoba bake bekho udliwanondlebe phakathi kwakhe nomnumzana Mpofu ngokubhekisene kule ngxaki lamanqina nokuthi lamanqina amabini bethatha ngawo umnumzana Mpofu uba bazawabiza na uthi ke befuna ukwazi amagama abo ba lomanqina ngobani khange axelelwe ke amagama alomanqina amabini.
We would not like the issue of, or the question of the subpoenas to cloud the real issue. It is important to know whether testifying under a subpoena or not, whether called by Mr. Mpofu or not, whether his clients or his witnesses will be testifying at all. It is important to know that issue for purposes of forward planning. Of course, we cannot and we will not stand in Mr. Mpofu's way if they want to approach the High Court to seek the setting aside of those subpoenas. But for purposes of what goes on before this commission, I would urge the commissioners to establish from Mr. Mpofu whether or not they are going to be calling any witnesses. And I must upfront indicate that we are prepared to let him or whoever else in his team to lead their witnesses. It's not as if we're married to the idea of calling the witnesses ourselves, not at all. We got
njengokuba egqiba ukutsho u-senior counsel umnumzana uMadlanga into yokuba kungakhathaliseki awukhathaliseki into yoba bantu abo bazovela ngesapuna okanye abaveli ngazo into ebalulekileyo afuna ukuba azoyiqondisisa iCommission into yokubana lo manqina na azobizwa na ukuthi aze azokhupha ubungqina ngaphambi kwale commission na yiloo nto befuna ukuthi iCommission izokwazi ngayo namhlanje ukwenzele kuzokwazi uba usuke lapha into neza kwenza ngoba uthi xana sithi bazawuqhubekela baqhubekela phambili baye kwinkundla ephakamileyo iHigh Court abasoze bame endleleni yabo kodwa ufuna uqonda uba bazokhupha ubungqina abo bantu bona.
If they will call the witnesses, that will deal with the matter to finality insofar as we are concerned.
Bazobiza amangqina azokwenza ukuthi iqhubekeke ide lomba uqukunjelwe.
Those are our submissions, thank you.
Mr. Mpofu, Mr. Langa has raised certain questions which he says you should be asked to answer. So will you please give us the answers to the questions that were posed?
Yes, thank you. Chairperson, before I do so, I have actually already answered the question, but I'll do it again. The issue that I don't want to get involved in the unseemly business of he said, she said, and so on. The only issue that, that cannot be refuted is that nobody until now has told us at least the identities of the people that they were going to subpoena. If anyone wants to refute that, then they should say so now, 1. 2, and that's the important thing. It's no use to say we will subpoena somebody out of 300 people. I mean, that doesn't assist anybody.
When did you know that these particular people had been subpoenaed?
I knew this morning.
Right, so you know who the people are. So there's no point in them telling you now because you already know.
Well, no, Chair, I'm sorry. I know now, but I'm not raising a completely different point of courtesies, of whether or not it is desirable to say to somebody who represents other people, if it's the police, I'm going to subpoena Sergeant so-and-so or not. Not whether subsequently, 10 years later, you might find out. The question is whether, if I was going to subpoena a policeman, I should say to Mr. Semenya, I'm going to subpoena Sergeant so-and-so or warrant officer so-and-so. And if the commission thinks that's not important, well, that's, but we, at least on our side, think that it's very important. Because after all, it's the people, it's the identities, it's not the concept of subpoena that is important to us. But be that as it may, that was not done. The other issue is that I have said, and I'm sure I'm saying this for the 5th or the 6th time now, that the issue of calling these people for us, the only importance is that we have to do a very difficult selection process, which anybody who has 300 clients, I'm sure, can appreciate. And that is the only issue I've raised here. Faced with the issue of those numbers, the issue of our capacity, and the issue that these people are facing 34 murder charges. I've never said that we're not going to call these people. So it doesn't assist.
The question is, are you going to call witnesses?
Yes, Chair, I said that before lunch. I said I came here specifically to communicate that.
Which witnesses are you going to call?
Well, Chairperson...
Are you not prepared to tell us at this stage who they
Not
are?
at this stage, but at least I can commit to you,
When
Chairperson.
will we know?
You should know by...
Uyatsho ke na umnumzana ummeli uDalimpofu ukuthi akathethile into azithethayo ngenxa
Chairperson,
uyale into abantu bazokhupha ubunqina kodwa ke into ayithethayo into bakhange anikwe amagama abantu bazokhupha ubunqina uthi ke bazawuza kodwa ke kuzawubakho ixesha bazochaza uba ngobani abantu bazoza phambili bazonika ubunqina babo.
If it pleases the Chairperson, could we give you the identities by on Wednesday? We have, once again, as I said, we have a short list of about 5, and we were going to select the 2 from those. The statements we have
So
taken...
you're going to call 2 witnesses?
Yes. Minimum, Chair. We might call more, but not less than 2.
All right. And so I've written down, I'm going to call at least 2 witnesses. The Commissioner will know by Wednesday who they are.
Yes, and the statements might not come on Wednesday, but within a few days, those statements will come.
No. There are already statements, as I understand it.
Yes, there are.
So I understand you may wish to amplify, but there
Yes.
are already statements which were taken by IPOD,
Of some sort, yes.
which are in the possession of the evidence givers.
No, they're still in our possession.
No, haven't they got the IPOD statements?
Not of these people that I'm going to identify and choose on Wednesday.
Uyatsho nomnumzana uMpofu kunto ummeli kuba bakhona abantu besebekhethiwe bahlanu kodwa ke bebefuna kwaso sihlanu kubekho ababini abazokhupha ubunqina kodwa aba bantu babini linani limbalwa labantu mhlawumbe kungenzeka into babiza abantu abangaphezulu kwenani le u2.
Now,
Mr. Mpofu,
Sorry,
may
Chair.
I ask you this? Are you going to call people who have not received subpoenas? In other words, the people you have in mind, are they not the people who have been subpoenaed?
yes, good question, Chairperson. So if I may say so, that's the whole issue of the identity. Yes, the 2 that we have identified, according to the request that was made by the evidence leaders, have not been subpoenaed.
Now, the people who've been subpoenaed, on what basis, do they object to giving evidence?
Not as such. Yes, we wouldn't
On
like to call...
what basis would they refuse to, I mean, the Commission has the power to call anybody. The evidence leaders have the right to ask us to subpoena anybody. And provided they are competent witnesses, there'd be no basis that I'm aware of in which they could refuse to give evidence.
Well,
They can't even plead, they may be asked questions that may incriminate them, because that's provided for in the regulations. That's why I ask you the question. The people who've been subpoenaed, who are your clients,
yeah.
are you telling me that they refuse to give evidence or decline to give evidence?
No, I'm not saying they're refusing, but our instructions to them, their instructions to us rather, is to set aside the subpoenas on the basis that I've already mentioned.
Akutshoyo ngoku ummeli uDalimpofu into kubana isicelo sabo bekhutshwe isapuna sabo into babaze bazovela ngaphambi kweCommission into kubana makurhoxiswe ke la maphepha esapuna ukuthi baze bazovela ngaphambi kwalenkundla.
The people you propose calling, or thinking of calling, on your list, 5,
That I will call, yes.
have they not been interviewed by IPID?
By IPID,
Are there statements, you see, there are statements which have been made available, which were taken by IPID, from people who were accused, from the police, people who were injured, all sorts of people. Now, the 5 that you are talking about, have they made statements to IPID?
some of them, Chairperson, I can't tell you offhand, but my own recollection is that the vast majority of the people that I represent have made such statements. So I'd be surprised, but I can't give you a
Well, surely
definitive answer.
if you'd identified these people as people you're proposing to call, I would have thought that one of the most logical and prudent things to do is to get the IPID statements, to see them, see those, see whether those statements, in fact, are in accordance with their present instructions. If they're not, why? And alternatively, if they are, what extra points have to be added? I have difficulty in seeing on what basis you can tell me that you don't know whether the 5 people you were thinking of calling have made IPID statements or not.
Well, Chairperson, I don't know how I can take them. I'm telling you
Well, I've
that
asked you a question.
I
What's your
cannot.
answer?
Well, I can't tell you offhand. I'm saying I will verify, Chairperson, but I can't give you an answer, a definitive answer, which I'm not sure of. I don't think that that would be fair on me. These statements are not just being taken by me, and I've just said that they are still in a position where they've been taken by other people, they're being collated, they're being brought to me. So I don't know on what basis I may not be sure that if 1 or 2 of them have made an IPID statement. I'm not. I'm simply not.
Uthi ke umnumzana uDalimpofu ummeli into bakaqinisekanga into kubana abantu afuna ubabiza into kubana ngoku bakwenziwe istatements zabo na.
Do I assume that the people you're proposing to call were arrested? I think you say they're facing charges of murder, so they are among the people who were arrested.
That I'm sure of.
As far as I know, they all made statements of some kind or another.
Well, that's exactly what I was saying, Chairperson, but what I'm not, I was saying the vast majority of them made statements, but I can't say to you now, sitting here, that all 5 of them made. If one of them turns out that they didn't make a statement, then you'll say I gave you an answer that I wasn't sure of.
You have qualified it by saying you're not
Yes.
sure. That's right.
As far as I know, they would have made statements. Yeah.
I have difficulty in understanding on what basis the 7, it's 7, that Mr. Madlanga has identified and who've been subpoenaed.
6.
Sorry, 6. On what basis they shouldn't be called to give evidence? I can understand your desire to precognize them and lead them. I can understand their desire to be precognized and led by their legal representatives. So let's leave that apart.
Yeah.
But on the assumption that that aspect is satisfactorily dealt with, is there any basis upon which they would refuse to give evidence before us?
Chairperson, once again, that's a difficult question. One of the
It's not a difficult question. It's quite a simple
well,
question.
it is
Should
for
have a
me.
simple
If I
answer.
can just finish what I'm saying that, Chairperson, the reason why it's difficult is because, and it's more a point in your favor, Chairperson. One of the prayers that they want us to seek if we go to the High Court is exactly that they should be, if they are forced to come, they should be led by legal representatives of their choice.
I wouldn't
So
allow
that
them,
covers.
sorry, I wouldn't allow them to be led by anybody else if they insisted on being led by the legal representatives.
Of their choice.
And if their legal representatives were willing to lead them.
Yeah.
But if they didn't insist on it, or alternatively their legal representatives for some reason or other weren't prepared to lead them, then I would obviously insist on them being led by the evidence leaders.
Yes.
So that matter we can put aside.
Thank you.
Into aqaba ukuyitsho ngoku ucommissioner ngoba efuna uqonda ubana isizathu kutheni esi sithandathu besibizwa amagama aso singafuna ukuzapha ngaphambili sizokhupha ubunqina ude wathi ke yena uadvocate uDalimpofu isicelo sabo becela into kuba ukuba ngamanye amazwi okanye bayanyanzelwa into kuba baze bazokhupha unqina ibe ngamagqwetha abo abazobakhokhela ngokubabuza imibuzo ngokuba ebakuthetha naye ucommissioner ukubana kizokwenzeka loo nto leyo ukuba babuzwe ngamagqwetha kodwa uba ukho umntu uzabakhokhela imibuzo ngamanye amazwi iinkokheli eziphethe ubungqina apha kwecommission zizo ke ngoku ezizawuthi zibahlabe imibuzo.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. In fact, that's exactly the issue. That's why I was saying it's more, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was interrupting because I was agreeing with you. That on that score, it looks like from what the Chairperson has said already, it looks like that issue would fall by the wayside. Of course, their primary relief that they seek is that the subpoenas should be set aside, but if not, then they want to be led by us. So those are our instructions as we sit here now.
Yes, but I still ask you a question, which I'm not sure your answer. Do they refuse or object to give evidence before us if they are afforded the opportunity of being led by you?
Chair, I would have to take instructions. I wouldn't expect them. I think if one explained that any jeopardy that they might have perceived would be removed by such a step, then I would expect them to comply, but I can't say immediately. The issue here, Chairperson, is simply this, that the compulsion that comes with the subpoena, in their view, is uncalled for. Because, where is it going to end? We have to be given the liberty, like all the other parties, to choose from the group of people that we represent, as any other party does, whom we're going to call.
Why is that so? I'm not sure any party, if one of the generals isn't called, and I consider it necessary to be called, I'll have him subpoenaed. If it's necessary for the minister to give evidence, and the minister doesn't want to give evidence, I'll have him subpoenaed.
Yes.
If the premier of the Northwest Province has to give evidence about, if this is correct, I don't know if it is correct, but if it's correct that substantial amounts of money were paid to the provincial government by Lonman for the purpose of having housing built, and that money hasn't been spent and the housing hasn't been built, and if it's necessary for the provincial premier to be called, I will have her called as well.
Yes,
so I'm not interested in being told that the parties have the right to decide who will be called, because that's not so.
No.
And if Mr. Berger doesn't want to call some of the officials from Lonman who can give important evidence, they'll be called.
Yes,
So
but
he's
they'll be
got no right
identified.
to veto the calling of a witness, and neither of you.
But
I don't understand that point at all.
Well, Chair, maybe you'll understand it if I put it like this. In each of the examples you've given me, I'm sure you tell Mr. Semenya, Mr. Berger, Mr. X, the identity of that witness, and you would call that witness. I don't foresee a situation that anybody, neither you, Chairman, knowing you, or even the evidence leaders, would simply ambush Mr. Berger by saying, tomorrow we've subpoenaed Mr. De Villiers from Lonmin, without having said that to him. That will not happen. This can only happen to these people because they are poor and they're defenseless and they're being taken advantage of. No other party can be treated this way, Chairperson.
To some extent, that's water under the bridge. Whether there was a lack of courtesy in not stating who was to be subpoenaed, it's a matter upon which it's not necessary to give a finding, because it's behind us. The people who were subpoenaed know they were subpoenaed. You know who they were. And I'm not sure that the fact that there was this discourtesy, if there was in the past, affords them a reason to refuse to give evidence now or to have their subpoenas set aside. So I can't understand the attitude that's being adopted. Perhaps you must be patient with me and explain it simply, because I'm afraid it's beyond my comprehension at the moment.
Well, Chairperson, the comprehension that is important is that of my clients, and their position is simply that there is no basis upon which they are being compelled by the force of law to do something. I know that we've passed that stage, without their chosen legal representatives being. Yes, well, I'm giving you the context of how we got here in the first place. And so that's the one thing. But I'm now addressing the only remaining issue, which is the compulsion. And I'm saying, Chairperson, if that compulsion was indeed, as Mr. Matlanga seems to suggest, because they were not sure whether we're going to call people or not. That's also behind us, because I've just said that we are going to call witnesses. So the alleged reason for the compulsion has been removed, and therefore the compulsion itself should equally be removed.
Understand that. We've got subpoenas being served on these people. They're here. In a moment, I take it Mr. Mudlanga is going to ask me to have them called in and asked to come back on another day. If the subpoenas are withdrawn, and for some reason you decide you're not going to call them, then we'd have to subpoena them all over again, which would be a waste of time and money and effort. So I still don't understand that point.
Yeah, well, the biggest waste of time and money and effort will be if we're forced to go to court, I think. But be that as it
If
may.
you're forced to go to court on a cause of action that's non-existent,
Well, the judge there will
the
decide.
waste will be at your door and not anybody else's door, but that'll be a matter for the judge to decide.
Yes.
Obviously.
Thank you, Chair. So, but ours is simple. The solution is quite simple, as I understand it. It looks like we've found each other. If the subpoenas are withdrawn, we will call.
Why must the subpoenas be withdrawn?
Oh, okay. Well, if they're not, then they're not.
What purpose is there in withdrawing a subpoena? The subpoena is there. You can even have an arrangement with Mr. Mudlanga the day in which they must come back. I'm sure Mr. Mudlanga will be amenable in that regard. But if for some reason there's a lack of cooperation in the future and the subpoenas have to be issued again, there'll be further expense and time and trouble wasted. So on what possible, rational, sensible basis can it be said that the subpoenas must be withdrawn? Once you've got the concession, that if the witnesses are called, you will be given the opportunity, which you may choose to avail yourself of or not, as the case may be, but you will have the opportunity to lead them.
Into ayithethayo uCommissioner into yokuba lento yokuba kuthiwe ezisapuna izincwadi zokuthi abantu bazovela enkundleni zirhoxiswe ayinasihlahla lonto leyo ngokuba uthi ngokufutshane nokuba ngalo mini bezabe ekhona ngayo lo manqina okanye engekho ngayo umnumzana umpofu uadvocate kodwa ke naye bezofumana ithuba lokuthi azokwazi ukuthi abuze imibuzo kwabantu ngoba into beyilwa kakhulu okanye bephikisana nayo yena ugqwetha uadvocate mpofu indaba yokuba ingathi abantu bayanyanzeliswa into yokuba mabaze apha kule commission bazokhupha ubungqina.
I've
Chairperson,
asked you a question. Please explain to me in simple terms so I can understand.
yeah, I will. I will. Chairperson, the only issue is the following, Chair, and I can't take it more. I can't say it more than this. If after the two witnesses that we call, or three witnesses, whatever we give you on Wednesday, Mr. Mudlanga is of the view that he still needs to compel anybody without asking us, any of our clients, to compel them, in other words, to pass us and compel our clients to come here. Then at that stage, it's a matter that either between myself and Mr. Mudlanga can be resolved, should he still need any further people. The only issue, really, that's standing, that is, I think, between any of the parties now, is whether there should remain a compulsion for, right now, for these people to be coming here by force on a daily basis, as it is specified in the subpoenas. On the off chance that Mr. Mudlanga and I, after the other two witnesses are called, will not be satisfied or will not be able to identify other people. One. Two, the second issue is whether, I'm not even sure about the advisability of a situation where I have to lead witnesses that I have not decided to call.
Ugqiba ukutsho naye uMr Mpofu amazokugqibela into yoba akayiboni naye isizathu xa izokwazi ukukhokhela imibuzo abantu bengasoze balungiselele ibe ngamanqina wakhe okanye mhlawumbi emva kokuba abantu lamanqina mabini athethe ngawo emva kokuba bekhuphe ubungqina njengoba betshilo into yoba ngolwesithathu lamanqina mabini azochazwa amagama wawo ukuba emva koko ubungqina babo bantu babini na buza kwanelisa le commission okanye kuzokufuneka emva koko na kuphinde kubizwe amanye amanqina na.
Mr. Mdlanga, did you at any stage give, before the 16th or after, give Mr. Mpofu any names of people who were his clients who you thought should be called?
Mr. Chairman, I must confess that we did not give my learned friend, or indeed his junior who we were interacting with at the time, the names of the people. But we were open about the fact, and as I indicated, there was the email engagement, and if there was any seriousness about the need to know the names, there was nothing at all stopping my learned friends on the other side asking for the names. We would definitely have given them the names of the people.
Uyachaza ukuba naye u-council u-Mr. Madlanga into yokuba khangamnike u-council Dalimpofu amagama abantu ngobani amagama abantu na bafuneke bavele kodwa kuthi kukhona ke i-email apho ke baye bawuthetha ngawo lo mba.
May I?
Please carry on.
Yes, Mr. Chair, may I just correct myself? My juniors are correcting me. We had a long time ago given 5 names to our learned friends.
That was my recollection.
Yes,
That's
yes.
why but I wasn't
Yes.
sure I was right. That's why I
Yes,
asked you the
yes.
question.
We had given 5 names to them, yes.
5
yes.
names you gave, are those,
No,
do those
But
include
what happened is,
sorry,
Yes,
before you, those 5 names you gave, were those 5 people the ones who were among the 6 who were subpoenaed?
Njengokuba ke ngoku echaza ke ngoku ezilungisa ugqwetha umnumzana uMadlanga u-council into yokuba uxelelwe ngabasebenza ngaphansi kwakhe amagqwetha into yoba baye bawanika amanye amagqwetha ke alamanqina amagama ababantu nangona ke yena sibona ingathi u-council uDalimpofu ukhaba ngawo mane.
Mr. Chairman, yes, because there was an engagement between us and the NPA advocate who's handling the murder trials, he indicated to us that he would not like some of the evidence contained in his docket to be proved. So we took out some of the names, but at least off the top of my head, I remember one name that was taken out. 1 or 2, 1, yes. But the other names remain. So we had.
So do you understand you to say you gave names to your learned friend some time ago, long before the 16th? These were people whom he represented, who you thought should be called to give evidence. You say you subsequently, as a result of discussions with someone on the staff of the provincial DPP in Northwest, you subsequently withdrew 1 or possibly 2 names. But of the remaining names, are those people who've been subpoenaed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but the list of the subpoenaed witnesses is more than the names that we had indicated, yes.
Say in response to Mr. Mpofu's suggestion, that firstly he will tell us he tells us he will call at least 2 witnesses. He says he will give the commission, which includes you, the names of the 2 or more by Wednesday, which I presume means on Wednesday. He says that the people he proposes calling have not been subpoenaed. In other words, they're not among the group subpoenaed. He says that those who have been subpoenaed, he doesn't think refuse to give evidence. They had this concern about being led by persons other than their own lawyers, but that's now fallen away. But he says that the subpoenas issued should be withdrawn. And when I put it to him that if, for some reason, it was necessary to call or consider desirable to call those witnesses at some future date, and they weren't willing to come, they'd have to be subpoenaed again. Therefore, asked him what purpose would be served in withdrawing the subpoenas at this stage. He gave an answer which you heard. I'm not sure that I fully understand it, but that's probably my fault. But do you wish to respond at all to what he said?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, what I would suggest is that the witnesses who are said to be here, should be called in and be warned to be in attendance on Wednesday. Depending on what we get from my learned friend, Mr. Mpofu, we will then decide on the day as to the best course to take. That would be our suggestion. Now, on the question of whether, because they propose leading or calling only 2 witnesses, whether we will still insist on calling more, that will depend on the evidence that the 2 witnesses will cover, and that we will be able to see from their statements.
Kuzophakanyiswa lomba wokuba uCouncil uDalimpofu uzokudinga uLesithathu aveze amagama alomanqina amabini uyaphendula ngokuthi kulombuzo kuleyo ndawo leyo yena uCouncil Madlanga into ba kuyawuxhomekeka into ba obubungqina babufunayo kanye izinto eziza kunelisa le commission na xa kuthethwa ke ngaleyo kuba isapuna zabo zichithwe uphendula ucebisa ngokuthi yena lo manqinango akhoyo bephiwe izisapuna bazovela apha phambi kwenkundla bazolumkiswa into ba nabo ngoLesithathu bazovela apha kule nkundla.
I'm not sure that I and my colleagues would be content for witnesses to be told they don't have to come on the basis of what other people's statements say they will say, because when they go onto the witness stand, or at the witness table actually, they may not say what their statements say they will say, or even if they say it in chief, it might not stand up in cross-examination. So the decision, any decision as to witnesses after those 2 would have to be taken after those 2 people have testified and not before. Certainly not on the basis of statements that are put up. But subject to that, I propose putting your proposal to Mr. Mpofu. What do you say about Mr. Mdlanga's?
Well, Chair, that is my proposal, which you said you didn't understand. I had said exactly that after the witnesses have been called, I am sure that between Mr. Madlanga and I, depending on the nature of the evidence, which is what you've just said now, Chairperson, we would, at that stage, I think those are the words I used, then either voluntarily or by compulsion or whatever method, secure the outstanding evidence. That's what Mr. Madlanga has proposed, is exactly what I proposed. So I obviously agree with it.
Vumelana nalomba ke naye uCouncil uDalimpofu into kubana wela manqina amabini bangabiza into ababazi.
Maybe it's just the way I articulated it.
Emva koko into kuba bayaqhubekeka ngamanye amanqina na indlela abayibeke ngayo nawo bayavumelana kulonto leyo.
It's not quite as simple as that, because you're still not addressing the point that I don't understand, but we won't worry about that. You now, as I understand it, don't quarrel with Mr. Mdlanga's suggestion. So would the 6 people who've been subpoenaed, if they're here, or as many of them as are here, please be called into the auditorium?
Ucela uCommissioner kuba la manqina mathandathu bekubizwe amagama wawo ukuthi baze bazovela ngaphambi kwale commission.
No, just to clarify something to assist Mr. Madlanga, the way he said maybe one of the persons, actually 2. The lists are different, except there are only 2 names that are common. I just wanted to put that on the record. But in other words, the list of the subpoenaed people and the old list of October that he had sent us are different.
You were given an old list, were you?
A what?
You were given an old list.
No.
You were told that people were going to, he wanted people to come.
Chair, I said that to you on the 16th, on the record. I said that there was an old list which had nothing to do with the issue of when Mr. Madlanga was effectively saying that we should start leading our cases. So that's on the record. All I'm clarifying now is that only 2 of the names, in other words, this is a different list that has been done now. Thank you.
All right, well, it's helpful that that point's clarified. Could we have the people who were subpoenaed who are present, please called into the auditorium?
Uyacela uCommission ndoba aba bantu basithandathu benikwe amaphepha into bazophela phambi kwale commission baze bazokuzibonakalisa ngaphambi kwale commission.
Mr. Chairman, the names were called out, as the Commission is aware, earlier, and my learned friend indicated that they are aware of their whereabouts. Perhaps my learned friends...
They were here in the building, as I understood.
Yes, my attorney is going to call them.
The attorney's gone to fetch them.
Kuthiwa ke igqwetha elisebenza ngaphansi kwa council Talimbofu uhambile uyokubiza bona abantu abakuthi baze bazovela ngaphambi
Except
kwale commission.
for Nyalwana. Mlandeni Nyalwana was not on my list.
Ngaphandle kuka Nyalwana Mlandeni ngoba bengekho kwela phepha ababhale kuba babantu amagama abo. Vela napha ngapha ucela ucommissioner nivele ngaphambili botata ucommissioner ucela nize nizovela lapha kwezitulo zingathi ngaphambili azonibona apha ngaphambili.
Suggest you call their names again and ask them to answer to their names when the names are called out by raising their hands. And then, I hear they're standing up.
Ningama apho.
All right. That's helpful.
Botata uzawucela ku commissioner into ba njengoba amagama wena azawubizwa ne xa uyazi bukhona apho uzovese kuphakamisa igama lakho xa kubizwa igama lakho sivene mos ne.
I see authorities seem to think that even if you subpoenaed, you still need a pass to be here. They've all got passes. That's very nice. All right. Would you call their names out and let each raise his hand when his name is called out?
Banjilo ke igama lakho xa libizwa botata uzovese kuphakamisa isandla nje abone ucommissioner ba ligama likabanelo. Enkosi.
Mr. Fusi Mohale, Mr. Stembele Ntakana, Mr. Mlambisa Xokokwana, Mr. Tembinkosi Mkyo, Mr. Mlandeni Nyalwana, Mr. Alfred, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Lungani Mabutyana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. How many are there? 6.
6 gentlemen here. Gentlemen, thank you for coming in obedience to the subpoenas you received.
Uyabulela ku commissioner ngokuza kwenu endvali baninikwe amaphepha enkundla into ba nize nizovela ngaphambi kwale commission.
Sorry, 5 names were called. We have a 6th gentleman who hasn't raised his hand yet.
I called 6, perhaps if I could ask the commission to find out who the 6th gentleman whose name was not called out is.
The gentleman who didn't raise his hand, whose name wasn't called out, would he please step forward for a moment?
Utsho ke ucommission into ba apha kuni botata ukhona lo tata kungabizwanga igama lakhe kuye kuni ucela uba makaze ngaphambili okanye aphakamise isandla sakhe bangophi lowo njengoba bebizwa amagama enu nje aphakamise isandla. There is commissioner raising his hand.
Sir?
Commissioner ucela ukwazi tata igama lakho kunye nefani noba ngubani na wena tata ufike uphakamise isandla.
Chairperson, there seems to be confusion. The gentleman is not in possession of a subpoena. Neither does his name appear, or rather sound from Mr. Matlanga's list. So it would seem that we happen to have 6 because of that mistake, but there's a 6th person missing.
So we've got the wrong 6th man. What is his surname?
Mukwen.
Kwen.
Mukoni Lebuhang. L is the initial.
Yeah.
And Mukoni, M-O-K-O-N-E.
Kunjalo ndade. Ndade Mugonwe.
Mr. Mukuni, there appears to be a misunderstanding. You haven't been subpoenaed, and you didn't have to come forward, and you can leave the stage.
Mr. Chairman, may I say something?
Yes, of course.
My junior, Mr. Mujapilu, says that according to information that he has received, Mr. Mukuni was in fact served, although the return of service is not yet to hand. Perhaps if the commission could find out from him whether he has been served or not. We do have him on the
Mr.
list.
Mokoni, you're Mr. Lebohang Mokoni, are you?
O re Lebogang Mokone, akere papa?
Yes. And you did get a subpoena.
O kry-ile dipampiri tsa gore o tlo tlhagela mo court, re Mokone?
He says no.
Well, what are you doing here then?
Ha e le gore jaanong ha wa fiwa dipampiri tse o batla go itse commissioner gore o batlang fa.
He says, Chairperson, he says the employer told him to come. It's clear that the confusion, if he was in the list, Chair, maybe this list was also sent in order to make sure that they don't get adverse consequences at work.
Okay, I understand. All right. So what must we do about Mr. Mokoni? He's very properly and appropriately come at the urging of his employer, but if he hasn't received a subpoena, then I haven't got the power to warn him to come on a later date, have I?
Mr. Chair, I would say not, yes.
So what I did in suggesting that he leave the stage was correct.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Mokoni, you don't have to stay on the stage. You can step down if you wish.
Re Mokone, ke ka fara, sheba ko pele. Sheba nna papa, gatwe go siame be, wena o ka ne wa tsamaya o tlogele borre ba sale teng fa ne. Wena o tlhokiwe papa ne, tange re lebogela. O ka ne o tsamaya go nna fatshe le batho ba bangwe.
The remaining 5 gentlemen, I must ask you, please, warn you to come on Wednesday at 9:30 here at the auditorium at the Civic Centre, and decision will then be taken. You will then be told what is going to happen after that. But your subpoena is now extended, as it were, until Wednesday, 9:30 here at the Civic Centre.
Botata, ni piwa ke islum ki so hile commission, ngu commissioner into ba nonke, no bahlanu, nizokuzibonakalisa apha enkundleni ngolesithathu ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba ukutshinga amanye amazwi ngo 9:30. Ke batla go le bolela ntate gore commissioner o fetsa gore ni mo pele ha khoto jano la tsebosiwa gore le tlo tlhagela ka laboraro ka ura ya 9:30 mo commission e laboraro se tlang go siame ke lebogele ngo se botata bulele.
If you need a letter to give to your employer, if you in employment, you need to give a letter to your employer explaining why you can't be at work on Wednesday because you have to be here. Mr. Madlanga will arrange that a letter be drafted and given to you so you can show it to your employers. That can be managed by means of negotiation between Mr. Mpofu and Mr. Madlanga.
Ukuba ke ngoku nifuna incwadi zasemsebenzini xa befuna uqonda into yoba kutheni ningekho semsebenzini ngolesithathu ukhona ke usenior counsel uTata Madlanga ningathetha naye into yoba akwazi unilungiselela unibhalela ezo ncwadi ezo ukuba niziveze khona phaa enkundleni uzawuthi ke yena adliwane indlebe okanye athethisane negqwetha leno ngalo mba lowo hayi le gore ko mosebetsing o batla lengwalo la gore o tle o tlo tlhagela gore o ye ka lona ko mosebetsing ntate Madlanga o teng o tla gona gore a rolaganye gore o fumane lekwalo leo o ba fe lona ko mosebetsing gore ba tle ba itse gore o batlwa ke commission tlo tlhagela mona ka laboraro ka 9:30.
Thank you very much for coming.
Nkosi ngokuza kusibulele re bogile ka kutlaka lona bondate ningahamba.
Because you came as
Okay.
witnesses in obedience to subpoena, you're entitled to witness fees for your presence here today, and make sure they pay your witness fees before you leave.
Ngenxa yokuba ngoku nibizwe inkundla ukuba niyazi banibhatele imali yokuba nizokhwela apha bazonincede ke ngokuthi banibuyisele kanye baninike lo mali okhwela niqinisekise ke into yoba xa niphuma apha nifumene lo mali leyo benikhwele ngalo hayi le gore linela dirisa tšhelete ya lona go tla mona le tla kgona gore le fiwe witness fee tšhelete e bidiwang witness fee ya go palama le bone gore pele le tsamaya mo le kry-ile yona tšhelete eo e bitswang witness fee. Re lebogile motate se bulele botate nkosi.
If a subpoena was given to Mr. Mokoni's employer, and that's why he was here, he's also entitled to witness fees for being here today.
Le re Mokoni le yena ha ile gore subpoena se o sifilwe ko company ko a berekang teng le yena o sentse a thusiwe ka tšhelete eo ya go palama re lebogile bagolo nkosi kakhulu bazali ningahamba.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Gentlemen, we look forward to seeing you on Wednesday.
Nkosi ke botata siyawunibona ngolesithathu ke nkosi ne ningahamba.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I can't resist asking whether the payment regime can be extended to their lawyers as well.
Well, if the lawyers are prepared to appear at the tariff fixed for witnesses who come in obedience to subpoenas, I'm quite sure that can be arranged.
Thank you. Sorry, Chairperson, may I be excused, Chairperson?
It sounds as if you've done what you had to do today.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Mr. Semenya, are we still in your hands? Or must I ask Mr. Madlanga, what do we do next? Have you got any more witnesses?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the next witness would have been Mr. Matunjwa. But when I spoke to Mr. Brainders during the lunch adjournment, he was not yet quite ready. But perhaps the Commission may inquire from him at what stage he is now. Thank you.
Mr. Brainders, I see you in court, and you have the microphone in front of you. Are you able to answer the question that Mr. Madlanga posed?
Thank you, Commissioners. I am. You will recall that there was an arrangement that Mr. Matunjwa would give evidence today, subject to us receiving statements from the parties who might have witnesses who will say something that might prejudice AMCU's case or Mr. Matunjwa. We have received, we got Lonman statements and documents last week, and we got some more this morning that we've worked through. But what we don't yet have are the NUM statements. Now, I'm told by the NUM representatives that they have today emailed to the evidence leaders copies of the statements, and apparently there's a bundle of documents attached to them. Hard copies are apparently on their way, and they will make that available to us as soon as they get here. We would like the opportunity to go through those with Mr. Matunjwa before we lead him.
Does that mean that you're obviously not able to proceed today, but there's a prospect at least that you may be able to proceed sometime tomorrow?
There's not just Mr. Chair, we're very keen to lead Mr. Matunjwa. In fact, he's quite keen to give evidence because he's a busy man and obviously can't hang around here. So if we get those statements soon this afternoon, we'll lead him tomorrow morning.
What you're suggesting to me is that I should adjourn the proceedings until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
That would obviously suit Mr. Matunjwa, but of course if there's anything else that can take place now, then that must be so.
All right. Well, let's see if there's anything else that can take place now before I adjourn. Mr. Madlanga, is there anything else that can take place now?
None at all, Commissioners.
Subject to one...
Oh, just a minute,
Housekeeping. There's housekeeping.
Yes.
So the clerk of the papers is Advocate Pillay. Have you anything to report?
Chairperson, I do. If I can start with the last exhibit number that we have is II, Chairperson, and that's the statement of Warrant Officer Wessels.
You ready?
OECV, yes. I then would like to hand up Exhibit J, what I've marked JJ, which is the bundle of photographs that were relied upon by the team for the victims. And I will take you through each photograph now.
Numbered the photographs.
I have. I'll take you through that now.
Okwangoku ke kuthiwe umnumzana uMathunjwa
Do you have copies for your learned friends?
ukuba khona namhlanje ngoba bekade ezilungiselela ngoba bathi bafumene igqotha lakhe usenior council premiers i-statements zaselonmin kodwa bachota ngeza se-NUM uvile ke besithi ezinye bayazithumela bazawuthi ke kuzifumaneni kwabo bazifunde benayo umnumzana uMathunjwa ngoko ke ngomso ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba kube kungona ke ngoku xa bezifunde izo statement kungakwazi ukuthi kuqhutyekekwe.
Chairperson, we haven't made copies for each of the parties, but all of the photographs are on the SAPS EHD, and I'll just take a minute to take you through where each one can be found.
Thank you. But I don't think the JJ7 should be in the bundle. It was referred to, and then Mr. Semenya objected. But perhaps I'll hand my bundle to Mr. Semenya so he knows what I'm talking about.
I did check, Mr. Chairperson, that JJ7 is on the SAPS hard drive. Sorry, the new SAPS documentation.
No, I understand it's on the SAPS hard drive, but the question is whether it's relevant to anything that we're busy with, and whether it should be before us. And Mr. Semenya, anyway, let's hear what Mr. Semenya says. If he's happy that it should go in, I won't stand in his way.
Oh, while Mr. Semenya is looking at JJ7, Mr. Chairperson, if I could run through JJ1 to 6, just so that the rest of the parties know where to find those photographs. JJ1 can be found on the SAPS external hard drive at /LCRC.
I'm sorry, before you carry on. You've given me a Technicolor copy, but my learned colleagues have got black and white copies, which are very much like like one of the water cannon videos, which with the water cannon, one of the water cannon video cameras, lens was covered in mud. So the video is just as clear as mud. Well, these black and white pictures are like that. So would you please, before the end of business today, arrange for Technicolor copies to be available to my two colleagues?
I will do so, Mr. Chairperson. My apologies to Commissioners Hemraj and Tokota. We're just having slight constraints with resources, but we will definitely get them color copies by the end of the day.
Uyathembisa ke uma mupile ingoba bekukho ezifoto bezokhutshwa njengobungqina njengoba bezidlaliwe ngaphambi kwe-commission into yokuba ezombala uphume kakuhle zinikwe uCommissioner uFalam abanye bona uCommissioner banikwe ezingabonakali kakuhle kodwa uyathembisa into yoba uzazilungisa.
I don't understand why, having made one color copy, it was considered necessary to then switch over to black and white, particularly regarding that to the fact that how clear black and white was. It was an economy which failed.
If I may then carry on with JJ1, Mr. Chairperson. It's SAPS external hard drive stroke /LCRC /scene2 /2010-08303, and the photograph is 2735. JJ2 is SAPS external hard drive /LCRC /scene2 2012-08-303, and the photograph is 2736. JJ3 is SAPS external hard drive /LCRC /scene2 /2012-08-303, and the photograph is 2739. JJ4 is photograph 156. It's external hard drive /photos /Thursday 16 /pic 156. JJ5 is to be found in the new material folder that have been copied for the parties. It's new material from SAPS /photosed video grabs /BBC's Lodman Marikana mine clashes, and it's snapshot 0900. JJ7 is in the same file, that's in the new material from SAPS folder, and it's snapshot 11.13.
Right, now, Mr. Semenya is going to tell us what his attitude is to it being received as an exhibit at the Commission.
Chair, our objection still stands.
Conceded by Mr. Musi, I think it was, who was asking questions based upon these things, that it had no relevance to the inquiry at all. It shows a picture of a cannon being mounted on the back of a bucky and being used allegedly by the police to fire at miners, South African police to fire at miners. It's not suggested anything of that kind happened to Marikana. And it was, you weren't here, Ms. Pillay, but I asked the press to live up to the high standards we come to, the media, the high standards we come to expect of them, and not to report on it. Mr. Semenya asked me to give a directive, which I had no power to give. But I asked him to live up to the high standards we've come to expect of them, and asked them not to disappoint us, and I'm happy to say they didn't disappoint us, and it hasn't been mentioned. So I think we can just take it from the bundle, and which means that what you've marked JJ8 is then promoted in the batting order and becomes JJ7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. That would be, just to mention that I did check with Mr. Musi before I marked the exhibits, just to check whether he wanted it still marked as an exhibit, and he indicated that he did. I'm not sure if he wants to address the
Well,
Commission.
maybe he wants to persuade me to change my mind.
Mr. Chair, my understanding of Mr. Semenya's objection is that he didn't want the photo to be used as if the machine gun was used to fire at the protesters. And I considered, correctly so, that we are not alleging that the machine gun was used to fire at the protesters, and it was not discovered for that particular purpose. It's merely in a context of the circumstances of this particular case. The police were at Marikana to disperse the protesters. Now, they came with an avalanche of ammunition, including that particular thing. Now, it's merely a question of the balance of forces. Now, that is the only purpose why that particular machine gun was discovered. And if Mr. Chairman can recall that the second reason why the firearm was discovered was solely to identify it as not being one of the firearms that had been depicted in Exhibit B59. So that was the purpose. And I didn't understand the objection of Mr. Semenya to include that the machine gun should not be listed as one of the exhibits. If that was the case, then I would not understand, because this is the document that I got from the SAPS hard drive, and it is falling within the four corners of the activities which are being investigated by this commission. So if his objection
contains the legend, police opened fire at South African miners. Now, you say that the police didn't use that weapon to fire at the miners. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I said I did not discover that particular photograph to allege that the police used the machine gun to fire.
So underneath it say, police opened fire at South African miners. Now what does that mean in English? Doesn't that mean they used that weapon and fired it at South African miners? If English words have any meaning, the words police opened fire at South African miners must bear that meaning, surely?
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. That picture, unfortunately, is a picture that, if you look at it, it was obtained from the media. And that Mr. Chairman is commenting about was not written by us. It was written by the people from whom the picture was obtained from. Now, we add nothing and we put no emphasis on what is written on the picture itself.
The question is, what relevance does that picture have to the inquiry on which we are currently engaged in this commission?
Mr. Chairman, I want to believe that at the end of the commission, one of the issues that you'll be confronted with is to evaluate the behavior of the protesters, the behavior of the South African police force, the activities and the necessary action required to meet the activities as at the time. Now, you might look at this particular thing. I don't know what evidence Mr. Semenya is going to lead with regard to this particular photograph. In his re-examination of the witness today, he put to the witness that if the intelligence was suggesting to the South African police that they were going to meet people who were armed with R5s, then they would be, I'm assuming, justified in bringing that particular machine gun. So it's not irrelevant. So in that particular context, I would then say to you,
this isn't an R5, what's depicted on this photograph with this legend.
Mr. Semenya put more than that. He said, if the police were informed in terms of intelligence, one of the reactions would be to bring the snipers to take out the relevant particular person. And that particular function would then, in the context of his slide presentation, be conducted by the STF. And that particular machine gun is carried by the STF. So I do not want to anticipate what his evidence is going to be. Safe to say that for the period that is being investigated by the commission, if the commission look into the activities, this is one of the ammunition that was found in Marikana.
Umnumzana uMusi begqiba ukutsho naye into yokubana isizathu sokuba efuna la foto le bekuboniswa amapolisa esetrakeni ephethe ke lo machine gun omkhulu into yokuba kula B59 apho bekuvezwe khona izixhobo ibingavezwanga yona ngoko ke uyala ke ukuthi mayamkelwe njengobungqina le foto yena usenior counsel uSimenya ngoba uyabuza uba inceda ngantoni okanye ngenaphi kweli tyala na yena uchazile uba isizathu sakhe yena umnumzana uMusi ufuna ukuthi ekugqibeleni xa kuzobonwa kuzowujongwa kakuhle kuba ayaziphatha njani amapolisa ngela xesha okanye ngalamhla nabaqhankqalazi baye baziphatha njani na nokuba izixhobo eziye zaphathwa ngamapolisa izixhobo ezifanelekileyo for xa sijonge kwinto eyayisenzeka ngalamini na.
So,
That is all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Semenya, what do you say in answer to that?
Just to accommodate Mr. Musi, I will give him an example of a Browning machine gun, a 20 millimeter barreled machine gun. That exhibit is misleading and has no relevance to the issues that happened between the 9th and the 16th.
Sounds to me as if the sensible thing to do is to rule that JJ7 can't be before us at this stage. But this is on the basis that you, at some stage in the course of your case, will present evidence along the lines you've now mentioned, which Mr. Musi or his leader can then deal with. Is that fair? Otherwise, it's not relevant yet. It may become relevant at some stage. It can then be dealt with.
To accommodate him, we can give him an example, Chair.
Give it to him some other time. We won't give it now. So my ruling is that JJ7, the present JJ7 must be removed from the exhibits. The present JJ8 is promoted to JJ7, but if at some future stage in the evidence, the point that Mr. Semenya has raised about the Browning machine gun is raised, then obviously this aspect can be revisited, and exhibits relating thereto will then obviously be relevant and can be put in. That seems to be that's my ruling.
Le ngxoxo mpikiswano bingaphakathi kwe senior counsel uSimenya kunye no advocate uMusi isigqibo ke ngoku se commissioner kule mpikiswano yabo into kubana ke ngoku lo machine gun ubizwa yi20 mm gun machine gun akasoze amkelwe njengobungqina ngaphandle nokuba kwixesha elizayo kuzothi xa ukhutsha ubungqina nawo ukhankanyo kodwa kwangoku inkundla yagqiba into yoba ayizowamkelwa lo maphepha okanye lo mfanekiso walo machine gun oba ibe bungqina phambi kwale commission.
Is there anything else you want to put before us?
Mr. Chairperson, JJ7 would then be image 0018. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find it on the SAP's hard drive as yet, but Mr. Musi has undertaken to give me the path for that, and I will email it to the parties as soon as he has. Then KK, Mr. Chairperson, would be the witness statement of Mr. Fanyana, Peter Fanyana Kwadi, that was relied upon by Mr. Nsebeza during cross-examination on Friday. I beg leave to hand up copies of the statement. Mr. Budlin says in color, Mr. Chairperson.
Into yenzekayo ngoku bazali into kubana njengoba sibona umama oPile obabungqina bebukhutshiwe ke ngokuye abubhala buhlelwa kakuhle ngokulandelana kwabo kuba bubizwa ngonamba bani na yiyo into yenzekayo kweli xesha.
This statement has been emailed to the parties. And then LL, Mr. Chairperson, is the SAFM forum, sorry, LL is the SAFM forum at 8 transcript, which was also relied upon by Mr. Nsebeza. I beg leave to hand up copies. What's that? It was on the 16th, I think.
Actually, on the
15th, sorry, I apologize, on the 15th of August. The version that I have included as Mr. Chairperson, just for clarity, there are two versions of that transcript which have now been submitted by the parties. There's a version by Lonman and a version by AMCU. The one that I've printed out is the version by AMCU. I'm assuming that that's the one Mr. Nsebeza would have relied on.
Well, are we going to be taking through the differences? Are we going to, if the subject of agreement between the parties, so we don't have to waste time here?
I'm sure that AMCU and Lonman would see to that, Mr. Chairperson, a comparison between their version and AMCU's version, and just let us know if there is an agreed version of the transcript.
See, Mr. Matunjwa was one of those who participated in the forum at 8, so clearly it's important that be before us before he comes and gives his evidence tomorrow.
Yes, what we have at the moment is just the two separate versions. I'm not sure if between the Lonman team and AMCU team they'll be able to compare the two versions and let us know if there are any material differences between the two transcripts. And then finally, Mr. Chairperson, MM is the last picture, the photograph of the bullet wound of Mr. Munene's body. That was the last picture that was relied upon by Ms. Takalani.
Lena ke ngoko ifoto
Unfortunately, we
ikhutshwayo
don't have
ile
colour.
yaka Mr. Mnene le apho bekuboniswe khona kumabonakude inxeba lokudutyulwa la ka Mnumzana Munene.
If any of the other photographs are anything to go by, it's fortunate that we haven't got colour, I would say.
Yes.
Unless the parties insist, I certainly won't insist on colour.
I'm indebted to you, Mr. Chairperson. If I could just give the pathway to that photograph to the parties, because I haven't handed out copies of that. It's to be found in the SAPS external hard drive, /LCRC forensics, /PM CAS 115, /DSC 4907.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Blair. There's one other exhibit that we're still waiting for, and that is in Exhibit S, which is a letter sent by the National Commissioner to all provincial commissioners and other people on the 20th of July 2012. There's a reference to an evenly numbered letter dated 20 December 2011, which is withdrawn and replaced by the instruction contained in this letter. You gave it an exhibit number, I think it's Exhibit R, but we haven't got copies of it. We don't insist on Technicolor, but we would like them, please.
Mr. Chairperson, we are in possession of the letter, and I'll make sure you have it before the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Mr. Madlanga, is there any further business for us to transact before we adjourn till tomorrow morning?
None at all, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Sebeza.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there was some unfinished business, and I've been discussing with the evidence leaders thereabouts, and that is a formal application by the families for them to present evidence in a particular fashion. We have completed that application. It is ready to be served on all the parties, including your good selves.
Why you use the word serve? Is the deputy sheriff going to come and serve us something? All right. We look forward to reading it, and once we've seen it, we can then schedule a time when you can present the application.
Thank you.
Unless all concerned run up the white flag and it's not necessary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Jembe usenior council unsebenza begqiba ukujutha unsebenza nayo senior council intobana bekukho into mbake bengaqithatha sigqibo ngawo ngokuba intsapho bezicelile into kubana kubekho indlela ethile abazothi bakhuphe ubungqina babo ngawo ngoko uye wathembisa usenior council utata unsebenza intoba bonke abantu abathatha inxalenye abakhoyo kule commissioner bazothi baphiwe ke ngoku ezo statement babone intoba eso sicelo sibhalwe phansi yintoni naleyo na.
Finally exhaust the business that we have to transact today. And so until 9:30, or as soon thereafter as Mr. Brandes allows us, we will resume tomorrow morning. Commissioner.
Siyawuqala ngomso kwakhona ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba tomorrow 9:30.
Look